Everyone
right.
is getting closer to death.
So,
Ooh.
as everyone is getting closer to death, would anyone like to start recap and explain how we are all getting closer to death in the specific iteration of what happened last time on Dungeons and Dragons?
Oh,
I wasn't here. I'm recusing myself.
that's right.
You
Oh,
listened
well,
to the session, though.
yeah, you did. I don't think we really got closer to death other than we made some plans that will bring us closer to death. And also me. I did a thing.
Let's see.
Um, we talked to the Sphinx.
Mhm.
We entered her domain because we had planned to go there for a safe place to do consult Oracle to try to figure out where Dalsath's ship was because we realized that we trashed Stent's ship to stop the Star Shadows from pursuing us, but that was probably the only record of where Dalsath's ship was in the
Mhm.
known universe. So, um, and then we kind of just had a conversation about a few things. Griffle showed her Kine and talked about how Hope is the domain that has returned. And Besmahees told us that Sulban has been heating up, ostensibly since we freed the Queen of Summer. Um, and also she shared that she's feeling compelled to travel somewhere, and we deduced that it was because we freed the mirror, including Quinny Upfinar, who was her creator, who's now in the Infinite Rings and wants her Ciri to come back. And that made Besmahees wonder if she was a person or a thing.
Also made Sage wonder if she was a person or a thing.
Yeah, that was a nice little feel-good moment at the end.
Well, Sage was, made the claim that she was a thing and not a person, and then felt as if his assumptions were being challenged. And yeah, that was a pretty feel good moment too.
hmm Um, so then the other big thing that we did was doing the Oracle. And so Besmahees had a few options of oracles that we could talk to. And we chose Leia Anashi, I think is how we might say that name.
The Lenanchi.
Lenanshi, okay. Um, and so basically we asked how to free Summer was kind of the big one because she didn't know where Dalseth was. Um, and so we learned that we had to name Avar to set her free. Um, and so we asked questions like, well, then what is his name? And she said, I can't tell you. And then we said, well, who can tell us? And she gave us a cryptic answer. And so then we talked to the Sphinx about that and gave us a different oracle to talk to, I think. Is that right? I don't remember if we talked to one or two.
I think we
I
only
don't.
talked to one,
You only talked to
Okay.
one oracle.
but
Okay.
she told us who Avar
Okay.
was. And Avar is the name given to an entity that no longer exists.
hmm
It was an Alandari that betrayed the other Alandari at the last battle. I have written down that he gave all he had, and in giving all he was, became nothingness.
Yeah. So I was rereading my notes today. He was, I think, one of the 6 entities that left creation and became a walker. So she told us, so yeah, told us some cryptic stuff, and I think what that means is he gave up being an Alandari in reality, gave up his name, and became part of the adversary.
But Avar's spear / Avar's comet is a celestial comet that passes by Solban and passed by recently. And I believe we know that that's also the location of the Forerunner temple where Gwendolyn died.
Mm-hmm.
And we have
We-
surmised that the Queen of Winter might be on that.
And I think we even knew that Gwen was looking into Avar's name. Like that's why she was there. Is that right?
I mean, maybe the piece of information I have about Gwendolyn's death is she was investigating a lead on an old Forerunner temple.
Hmm.
But given what we know about Forerunners and the uses of temples, it literally could just be like some kind of Forerunner prison or something that somebody stumbled upon and called a temple.
Right.
Because didn't Andasong say like she wasn't sure if the ships were made as homages to the Forerunners or as
Mm-hmm.
like weapons against them or instruments of theirs?
Mm-hmm.
So you came to in conclusion that potentially something might be able to tell you the name, and what was the thing that might be able to tell you the name?
Yeah, so we thought that it was Al Shaib. And so I went to command him to help us. Because based on I think what the Oracle said and what the Sphinx said, it sounded like you had to break reality to be able to get this name from somebody who was able to do that. So that's Al Shaib. But in talking to him, I thought that a command could be used for so much more. And so we were able to free him from all of the like changes that the gods had made to him. And he was willing to give us the name once he was free in exchange for us using it to free Winter because he has a big grudge against Summer for selling him off into slavery.
Yeah. He returned to yourself as you were, Amat Maraj Jin, as Imix first made you, unsealed and unbound by the gods and all those that came after, but instead with a free will of your own. Which is not what is the name of this guy, but it is a thing you can do. It is a command that can be given.
Well, it was like I could either get the name of one guy or, fulfill our bargain that we made. And get the name of the guy.
Thus making it obvious that we're not actually playing Aladdin because he did that on the third wish and you did it on the second. So,
Yeah.
be direct.
Are the implications of this that you either one don't die on your third wish, or two don't get? Well, actually, there might be three implications. You don't get your third wish, or three, you get infinite wishes because he's your friend now.
I think I don't get any more wishes, but I think he will probably favorably bargain with me. Favorably is in, loose quotes.
And so we did that. And then at the end of the session, you guys spent some time at the fireside. He was freed, and then the plan was to fly off into space after Avar's spear. It has been a long time. We've had a pretty significant break between last session and this session. Is there anything that, with anything specific from last session, and also anything in like the sort of greater context of what are we doing, why are we doing it, where are we going? Because right now the ostensible plan at the end of last session was we're going to fly off after Avar's sphere, and we'll pick up basically as the ship makes it to the prime and begins to follow the spear.
I have a question. That is directly related, but you're probably gonna say I don't know, or you don't know. But since Al Shaib is returned to his original state, and you said his bindings are gone, does that mean we have fulfilled our original bargain with him?
I mean, I don't. We didn't specifically ask, but I feel one of many things she did.
I will also say that he is not back in his original state. Part of the way that the command was given was specifically to make it to where he is not returned to his original state.
Oh well, yeah. He didn't want to become she again. He wanted to be Matmaraj.
Well,
I'm gonna be
that
something
also
different.
gets into the complexities of like making a bargain. If you're not, if he's not the same as he was when we made the bargain, do we still have a binding with him?
Don't know.
How's what's his name doing? The old elf that sorry, names.
Hadarai?
Hadarai?
Yeah, can he still walk?
Mm.
Sorry, I needed to sneeze. Hadarai can still walk, and Arjel can still see.
I don't know.
Was there any like physical change in Al Shaib when he was given the command?
Yeah,
He became
He,
smaller, right?
he became smaller, and he turned towards you. He was able to look at you because his the parts of his chest that were previously torn open with the profane words carved into his exposed ribs was removed. All the chains, all the bindings that had held him are gone, and he is, in his domain, he is physically smaller.
But he didn't leave our ship, which it feels like he should be able to do, or leave his little pocket dimension.
Mhm.
Like he wasn't like peace out. He just was more like of his own will.
Yeah. Mhm.
So he agreed to give us the name in exchange for
The,
freeing
freeing Winter,
Winter.
which
Yeah.
is what we wanted
Well,
it for anyway.
sort of. He agreed to give you the ability to summon up the name for freeing Winter. It's not like, hey, here's the name, just promise you'll free Winter. It's more like, when you go to do this thing, I will
Yeah.
tell you then.
Yes.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so we don't just have it at this point.
Okay, yeah. I'm guessing that's why he's sticking around.
Oh, yeah, could be.
Or a partial reason why he might be sticking around.
Right. Well, we also don't really know like how his little pocket dimension interacts with the ship, like why it's here, how it's here,
He might be able to tell us now, though.
Yeah. Right. I think if he chooses to, would be able to tell us a lot now.
So, whoop, off the map, into the star map, away from the white sands, back to the prime material plane. Once on the prime, it is fairly easy to orient yourself via Sulban and the moons to launch yourself towards Avar's sphere. The default assumption that I am going to make as you guys approach the sphere is that you are gonna basically go next to it and accelerate up to the point where you can kind of connect with it, right? Like you're not gonna try to go at the spear head on, and figure out a way to survive hitting a comet at velocity. Rather that you accelerate
Oh
up
no.
until you gain speed, and kind of go approach it from there. Does that make sense to the group? / would the group have some other way of doing this that they would like to attempt?
I think that's a question for our pilot.
Pilot Griffle?
I definitely would like to make sure. Sorry. I'm shedding residual stress from this tech stuff. What other ways are there?
I don't know. It's more of a the DM assumes this is what you're doing.
Okay. Well, if
If you have
there's
another
an
idea-
obvious logical way to do it, then I would follow that obvious logical way.
Yeah, it's more along the lines of I don't want to take narrative control if you guys had a different plan, but I'm going to assume that you do it the way that makes the obvious way, right? Like it's one of
Yeah.
those things that like you guys come up to the front door of the castle. I assume you walk in the front door of the castle. Can you get
Yeah.
in by tunneling under or teleporting on top of the battlements, or like there's lots of other ways to do it. But I assume you walk through the front door unless you guys correct me.
Yeah.
So you guys go, and it's going to take several hours to accelerate up to speed. The comet is moving at, interstellar travel speeds. And when you pop onto Sulban, or not Sulban, onto the Prime, you necessarily are going at like very small speeds so that you don't ram into something and explode.
Yeah.
So we will have a few hours of acceleration as you guys go and approach the spear. Is there anything that you guys want to do in the, let's call it 6 hours of acceleration until you can, start getting close to the correct velocity to catch up to the spear?
6 hours?
Yeah. Does that feel too long or too short?
No, it does. Don't ask me questions.
I could not possibly know.
My orbital
Yeah.
mechanics are a little rusty. Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, if we give one all of the constants, right? So what is gravity in this reality? What is our thrust vectors? She can do the math.
Yeah.
See, I actually do have the math, so now I want to go look it up because. So we need to get to 204,000 kilometers an hour.
What is that in miles per hour? Or actually, no. This is a seafaring vessel as well. What is that in knots?
Nautical or sky? Knots.
Sky knots?
Uh-huh.
Aeronautics.
It is 126,750 miles per hour.
Okay, but then what is that with seals as your denominator?
Yeah, miles per seal.
Knots per seal. You're using the most obscure.
Well, knots per seal would be acceleration. Pardon me.
Yeah.
Okay, so we get to the spear. Then what happens, Gary?
We spend 6 hours deciding on the math.
Well, I'm looking because my acceleration units for the ship are written in miles per hour, and it's gonna bug me.
Gary.
This guy wrote his acceleration in miles per hour, but wrote his speed in kilometers per hour.
No, I looked up what the speed is from a different source. Because because I write a lot of stuff in kilometers per hour because kilometers makes more sense, but also I'm American, so like when I'm trying to conceptualize something, checking distances in miles per hour against things or against like miles instead of miles per hour or kilometers is easier for me to think about. So what's this? 124.
This is discrimination.
Clearly. Okay, this is equals divide by acceleration. How long would it take to accelerate there? Oh, nope, wrong acceleration. Oh, I'm horribly wrong. I'm sorry. I apologize to everyone. The actual answer is 8.6 hours. My napkin math is ridiculous. I will
It was
submit
not
my
How
longer.
answer.
dare you?
So we could have a long rest, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, now that I know that,
Yeah.
I'm taking a nap.
Did you say 8 hours before?
Yeah,
Mhm.
I would.
We
I would like to
increased
take
the
a long
time.
rest.
I said 6 hours initially.
Oh yeah. See,
The actual answer is slightly over 8 hours. Which, like, jokes aside, I actually feel actually pretty decent about like how close that got. Anyways, so yeah, you guys can take an extended rest if you want, or if there's anything you guys want to do for 8 hours while the ship accelerates. And if not, I will get to the point of you guys are behind the comet. So, could people toss me a message in chat, like a 1 or something that's like, good, I don't want to do anything in this 8 hours while we catch up to the ship? The 8.6 hours, that's right. 0.6 of the hours was spent determining that it is actually 8 hours.
It's like that scene in Community. What time is it? It was 11:15 when you asked.
All right, Jock, Morin, what of any? Griffle, you're good. Michael, you're good.
yeah.
Are there any life forms on the comet, Captain?
Good question. You do have sensors. Why is that not seen? Hang on. This asset cannot be loaded. I don't know what that means.
Uh-oh. There's something wrong with our ship.
Try harder? Why does...
So I can you play a game in early access and you get to an area that hasn't developed, it's just empty.
Oh, Valheim.
Oh my god, no, this is an Avar thing.
Can you see that it's an Avar's thing?
No.
Like
No.
the-
I see a something by something grid that's white with gray lines.
Well, ideally, you should be able to see the pages and be able to see that this is in the category of Avar Sphere, but it's not loading. I don't know what it means. Okay.
The category of Avar's spear.
We cannot see that.
How the fuck do I get it to reload? I'm just going to reload Roll20. Ideally, at the top of the page now, there should be a little drop down for players. You can see like all the maps that you have access to.
What's
Oh,
it
that's why it's
called?
broken. I figured it out. Figured out why it's broken. It's my fault. Carrying on. I don't know what you mean by what's called. It's just like at the top. Let me see what it looks like once it reloads. like where the zoom thing is to the top left of it, there should be a little folder that lets you see the
No,
folders you have access to.
Nope.
it's not there.
Weird. Maybe I haven't set it up correctly on this.
If you jump in the Zoom call, I can share my screen. Sorry.
Aha.
Oh yeah, there we go.
That's a
That does
comet.
look like a comet.
Good to go. Because like I tried to load it and it was just like no. And the problem was that I had notes in a different campaign, so I had Roll20 does not like it if you have a campaign that's already launched and you launch a different campaign in another tab. It just like whoever designed it in the back end is like, no, you should never need to have two campaigns of Roll20 ever launched at the same time. No, we won't let you import things from one campaign to another unless they're journals. Why would you ever want to do that? You assholes. All right. So you guys accelerate up and get into the area. I'm assuming not flying directly into the tail of the comet, as there are huge chunks of stone and ice, as well as a long trail of gases, super cooled gases that go behind the comet as it streaks across the sky. And as you all get closer to it, Griffle, do you want to send out some sensors and see if you can see what your sensing eyes can see with maybe a dungeoneering check?
Yes, absolutely. I have just done a restart, so I need to get back into Roll20.
No worries. I can't. What I mean to say is, how dare you? I can imagine.
I'm
things
like
don't
low key in the background trying to fix this problem, but trying not to let it disrupt what we're doing. Okay, field check. Engineering.
Oh no, she's out of the ship.
The ship is down here.
I know.
There we go.
She's just a little guy in space.
I'm just a little dude.
We have
Alright.
space
Oh,
packs for that, I think.
And it's been so long since played. I've forgotten all my DCs.
Yay.
Yay.
So 22. So sending the ship's sensors ahead, you can tell that not only is there like all of the readings from the comet show that there is incredible like life signs, like there's things living all over and around the comet, but the tail, the part of the envelope that follows behind that you're kind of on the edge of, does show that there are things moving in through the tail that read as life signs. So it does seem like there is a bunch of life on and around the comet itself.
Huh.
Kind of life.
Okay.
So basically, you've got a couple of different ways of approaching it. One of the reasons that I kind of like this picture is, I'm going to put you up here. Can you guys see this green box? On the
Nope.
wrong layer?
Nope.
Probably on the wrong layer. It is on the wrong layer. Green box. So I'm going to put the ship in the box for a minute and say that like there are basically, now you've gotten close, right? You're functionally traveling at close enough to the same speed that you're, minor adjustments in speed will make it possible to like traverse and maneuver. There's basically a couple of different ways to approach the comet. You can either approach from sort of a strong angle where you accelerate to basically go parallel to it. And then once you're side by side by a decent distance, you can just sort of merge with the comet, right? You can kind of, pull up alongside and then slowly just get closer to intersect. Option 2 is, actually, I should be able to do this. Option 2 is you can sort of skirt the edge of the envelope and do sort of the same thing, but with the major difference being is that this is going to be much faster. Like this way is going to be significantly faster than this because you are just kind of direct approaching. You don't have to do this sort of slow lane merge maneuver. Or option 3 is you could kind of work your way into the envelope so that you can, you'll have to dodge stuff here, but this is the fastest of the 3 options. And it also allows you to approach the comet kind of in whatever form you want to approach from. Like if you go on one of the side routes, you can land in the front or the sides of the comet. But the only way to get to the back end of the comet would be to kind of go in the long gas tail of the comet and make your way in there. So, but it is the fastest. It is the one that's going to give you the most access to the comet, but it is also potentially the most dangerous.
I say we go for the fart.
The fastest route, you say?
I think she's decided that option 3 is the fart.
Okay. Let's do it.
I defer to the captain.
Still not used to that. Feels good though.
All right. So the ship dips into the hydrogen tail, and you immediately start to get atmospheric drag. It would be a problem if the whole comet wasn't also moving very quickly. So again, like the comparative velocities and the comparative energies between the two aren't that bad, except for when you cross over between the sort of I won't say vacuum of space, but the area that is less that is more dissipated with the hydrogen that's constantly flowing off the back of the comet. So you cross over that envelope and into the interior to make it closer to the comet itself. And as you do, you can sense some of those wilder life sign readings start to react to your presence. And you see what looks to be massive faces kind of carved in these clouds of ice crystals that are in the hydrogen tail, as if there's lots of ethereal things taking notice of your presence. Now, you guys have picked sort of the quick and dirty way to get in there, to make it into the interior of the comet. But you're now noticing that things are noticing you as you're approaching. Is the plan to be to try to sneak in closer, or is it try to just gun the engines, fly as far as you can? Are you going to try to take up like a defensive posture that if something comes at you, you might be able to defend yourselves? What is the approach that the group wants to take? Or is there some fourth option that you think would be a good idea? Like, I kind of want to know from the crew, you can tell that there are, if it's not defenses, at least things noticing you in the tail of the comet. What is the group's reaction going to be to this?
Can I attempt to... You said ethereal, but that doesn't mean anything. Can I attempt to identify what that is?
Sure. Man, I have to get the Dice Mice rules like hammered out of my head for the game. But yes, you can.
Easy.
Can't our ship go invisible also?
The ship can go invisible,
In
but not for very
minutes?
long. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
How
you
long
don't
does
think
this...
we'll be... Go ahead.
Well, I was going to ask, how long will we be traveling before we reach the comet?
So I was gonna say, from entering the envelope, because you guys are going the shortest distance and the fastest way possible, you could, if you wanted to, use the cloaking to get you about halfway to where you need to be before the cloak runs out. So identifying the images are either insight or religion checks, either or.
Oh.
Can I assist?
Yes. Who's doing the primary?
Me. Insight me. I roll it? I think you roll it, right?
I do roll, but I'm asking who's the primary, and then is anyone assisting?
It's a religion check.
Insight.
Insight.
Insight or religion, yeah.
Can you
if
assist
you
with a
can-
different one though?
As per usual, if you can justify something else to assist with, like I'm game for whatever you guys want to use. Whatever makes sense in the moment.
What's the cutoff for failing to assist?
It is it's 10 plus half level, so we're at 18. So DC 18 to assist.
Oh yeah, I'll assist.
I can't fail to assist with insight because I have a
I
plus
can't either.
17.
You said I could use
Okay.
religion, right?
Yes, you can.
Yeah. So I also can't fail.
I need a token. Could you guys pull your tokens out, please?
Of
Sure.
course.
Because I just grabbed the wrong token 3 times. One of
You
many
said
only
last
has
session that I
has
have,
3
like,
journals, but I still drug out the wrong one 3 times.
I have 3 journals.
Yeah.
I only see one.
Yeah. Well, I guess I've hidden the other ones from you, but they're the ones. One that was for you had one that was your different level, so you had one that was like planning the level ahead,
Oh,
and
yes.
then you had one for the fight where you were controlled by somebody else.
Yes.
Where everything was swapped.
Mhm.
All right. Talk to myself. Oh man, this.
There's only a couple of options, Gary.
No, it feels great to be back playing again.
Oh, use. There's lessons of history, and then there's the other one that's not lessons of history, and we get a
Guidance to the past.
Guidance of
guidance
the
of the
past.
past.
It's not lessons of history, but it's instead the synonym for all of those words. Yes, okay. Guide to the past. I'm going to assume you're not going to use the 1, but let's see if you roll a 1 on it as well. If you get dazed, you know what you rolled on the main. So trained skill. There we go.
Trained.
Insight or religion?
Insight.
So, looking at the images and faces that are coming in, you can tell that these things are incorporeal creatures, or either like spirits or ghosts or something along those lines, that are using these clouds of ice in the trail of the comet to sort of focus on what's going on. With your insight, you can tell that about half of the faces are vaguely humanoid looking. They look like they might be beautiful representations of men and women. Strong, angular faces, or likely to be something that looks vaguely elven. The other half of the faces are sort of diametrically opposed. So they look harsh and like they're full of like snarls and horns and teeth, some of which don't have like facial structures that look like a humanoid at all. They are very monstrous looking faces. And you think that the first set of faces look as if they belong to the she, and the second set of faces look like they belong to some sort of devilish or demonic entities. But everything is sort of waking up in the presence of new something to react to. They're reacting to the chain.
We can so it is rude to ask permission to come in, right? In the courts.
It is rude to ask for guest right. It is not rude to ask for permission to enter.
Okay. Is it possible for
Ooh.
us to ask permission? Because I think we're just like barging in to someone's house, basically.
Could I make a suggestion that with part of our 8 hours we could have read the Accords
Mhm.
to prepare for meeting with Winter
Seems
and
reasonable.
and see if there were any like protocols that could perhaps assist Filibuster's plan right now.
So, if you're going to go directly meet with the queen, the appropriate protocol is to wait to be summoned before the queen. If you're being the most polite, you do not go to her until she asks you to come to her, right? You don't approach her. She tells you to approach her.
Mhm.
However, you know that that's not going to work if she is stuck someplace and not able to communicate. But barring that, typically what you would do is sort of work your way up the chain of the command. So if you are going to go and approach the Winter Queen, what you would do if you couldn't wait on a summon would be to approach the Winter Court. The Winter Court itself would then bump it up through the chain of command, would go to the Winter Lady. You would talk to the Winter Lady, and the Winter Lady would grant you audience to the Winter Queen, which is also not an option because the Winter Court, for all intents and purposes, is sealed away and or destroyed, and the Winter Lady herself is also sealed away and or destroyed. So
He's on Metsebo, right?
She is on Metsebo. So the way that you guys are doing this, it's going to be difficult to go through normal channels for how you would specifically approach the queen. That being said, if you we're basically going to treat this as the Accords say you're supposed to deal with the Fae themselves, approaching and basically saying, almost in a way like Doctor Strange, hey, I would like to make a bargain. Being able to say you in a very clear as few words and as few sort of flowery pieces as possible of I want to make a trade, right? I don't need something from you. You don't need something from me. We might be able to work something out to deal with each other. That is the most appropriate thing to do. And typically the assumption would be you just make it to one of like the Fae itself or to one of its vassals. The problem here is that it's really difficult to tell what the vassals would look like, and you're not sure how to get to a specific vassal. But these faces in the Comet Trail might be able to be something to interact with that could draw you into things.
That's all I got. Anyone else step up? Can we leave Drock behind? He's gonna get us killed, bro.
Can we? Well, I mean, so I think based on what Gary just said, we should address these faces and try to follow protocol as best as we can.
Yes.
So how do you want to do it?
I mean, is there anything in the book that's like about names to use or like a script to use?
So I would say that you have the book, you had be able to, one, read it, and two, literally just have it open and follow the correct protocols. The question here is physically how you're going about it, right? Because if there was a she right in front of you to just talk to, you could use the book, have no problems doing asking for introduction, asking for a bargain, that sort of stuff. The problem here is you are rocketing through space at 200,000 kilometers an hour, and you have these sort of ghostly faces, some of which look like they are half again bigger than bigger than the entire ship itself, that you're flying through these clouds of ice. How you communicate with that is a bit more difficult, right? Like, how do you talk to a comet?
Question.
Yeah, go for it.
In all of the stuff about approaching and who to talk to and stuff, would a summer night have more like sway to come in, or would they be more rejected?
The knights are the mortal vassals of the queens and of the courts. So reading through the accords get you the understanding that the knights are basically there for helping with problematic rules issues that come up when everyone involved is immortal and has a nature. And the assumption is that if ever there is one of the knights in the presence of an opposing queen, that both of the knights will be present.
Okay, so that's the assumption. If like if we were approaching and I, let's say, drew out the summer power and basically kind of showed it off, would that be taken as a threat or a hey, we're here to talk kind of like action?
If you drew summer power and sort of pushed it into where you were going without the presence of the winter night, it would be assumed that you're there to kill winter creatures or to strike down the queen.
Okay. I'm gonna stay at the back, guys, and just look, calm.
So while you don't see any historical evidence of it, like there's no the accords do not contain any examples of specific incidents. There is a section of the accords that goes over the appropriate protocols for what happens if one of the knights slays an opposing queen. And that is an entire chapter of the accords.
So they would never assume that I was here to just talk. They would assume I was here to attack.
You don't know if they would assume either one, but the fact that there is a chapter labeled "What Happens When Knight Slays Queen" means that there's have at least been some amount of thought or some amount of precedent towards what happens in that situation. So what's the plan? Is it try to find a way to talk to the faces? Is it try to gun it? Is it try to cloak and get closer? What does the group want to do?
I love talking to ghosts.
Would I know anything about relations between she and demons?
Very poor. Relationship between Fae and devils, less poor.
Right. But these look demonic as opposed to devilish.
These do look demonic as opposed to devilish, correct?
Okay.
Wait, which one's better? The demons
Devils.
are better? Or
No, the demons that are here have very poor relationships with the she. Is she specifically summer, or they're the winter she and summer she?
She just means Fae. So, well,
Okay.
she means that it's one of the Fae, like nobility. So a Fae with title is a she. Technically, Drock is a she.
Right.
So these giant faces look like they're demons?
Mhm.
They look to be demonic or demons, yes.
Do they look like the chaos elementals in the lab?
None of them look like specific chaos elementals. Like it doesn't look like, oh yeah, that face is a chaos elemental, but they have some of the same traits of the demons. The sort of chaotic body plans, irregular horns and claws and teeth, that sort of stuff.
Okay.
So I'm gonna put some stuff down and go from there.
Well, I'm definitely up for talking. That's what I was asking. I was figuring if I could like use the summer power to initiate dialogue, but it seems like that would be more aggressive than we want. But I'm definitely up for talking.
I'm
I
wondering
would
if
not brandish yourself.
Yeah. I wonder if Al Shaib would help us, like, or give counsel.
I would also say that on at least some level, Al-Shai is one of the summer Chi.
Right.
So on at least some level, there is likely to be negative interaction.
Well, I also think Filibuster and I have met and received a boon from the Queen of Summer. The only one who's really not tainted are Griffel and Morin.
Didn't you think that your sister was the Winter Queen?
No, I think my sister was taken by Grandmother Summer.
Okay.
And her skein or her thread was plucked from the skein.
How did we get the name Eastavir?
Way at the very beginning, one of the first things that happened is we were taken to the wilds and we found a lady in a block of ice. And that lady was Eastavir. And she's the one who told us to free her by fire and seed and sword.
Oh, so we think Eastavir is a Summer Queen name.
Also,
Yeah.
specifically, when you freed Mother Summer, you learned with certainty that Estavir is one of her names. So, like, there was a question of whether that is true or not. When you free the Summer Queen, there is no question. She owns her name and names and takes them to herself. There is no doubt that Estavir is the name of the Queen of Summer.
Okay.
Because it was at that point you learned that you'd heard a name assigned to her that was incorrect.
Right. Titania, which was her mother, we learned. I think. Yeah, it's interesting. We didn't really talk to her about like, hey, we think we talked to some part of you before. Just didn't come up.
Mm,
So I'm going to ask for the two people that are, as someone has put it, not tainted, to give me their opinions on things. So Griffel and Morin, what would your thoughts be as the resident people untainted by fairies?
Yeah, I don't know if that's necessarily true, but
Yeah.
I don't. I guess I would try. Why not? I'll try to call out to the what I think are Winter She and say, do we know that Hearn is the name for the summer version of the Night King?
I don't think we know if that's the
Yes.
summer. We know it's summer specifically.
No.
Okay.
I think we do know that. So we do know that Hearn is the one that is like most closely associated with summer, but not necessarily whether that is like specifically summer. We
Well,
know
'cause
the
we know-
Night King.
We know there's the Lord of the Hunt and the Lord of the Kill. Lord of the Hunt
Yeah.
is summer, Lord of the Kill is winter, but I didn't know if Hearn refers to just one of those aspects or if it refers to both.
I don't think we for certain know. I think it
Okay.
either refers to both or summer. I think it definitely does
I
not
think
refer
it's
to.
heavily implied though that it is more of a like because he's referred to differently depending on the aspect that he takes on. So I
Mhm.
I think it's heavily implied that his name changes.
Okay.
And because his
So-
nature would have to change as well, like for him to, yeah.
Yeah. How how opposed are we to making a scene?
I mean,
You live your life, brother.
I did tell
yeah.
Kylie earlier that my goal for this session was to speed run to a combat. So,
You did say that.
um, I'm going to. I'm hoping that this counts as a skill challenge because I'm going to just start using random shit for RP. So I am going to attempt to call out to the Winter She, using presumably a very loud voice, if it can wake the dead. And I'm going to say, uh, "Spirits of the Winter Court, we have come to bargain to free the Queen of Winter and the Lord of the Kill."
So as soon as you do that, standing on the prow of the boat, sending this out, you can feel as you begin to talk that the sort of extra oomph that you're putting in, the extra arcane power you're putting into your voice to get it to carry stronger, like the to use that voice to wake the dead, that it redoubles on itself over and over again. That not only are you amplifying your power, something else is also sort of casually putting a megaphone in front of you as you speak.
Oh, is it
But
a
go ahead.
is it a rolling echo, perhaps? I'm
It is
sorry.
something that is like a rolling echo. But when you started talking, it wasn't there. But as you started making what you were doing clear, you get the impression that something else basically just held up a megaphone in front of your face. And as you begin talking, you see that the ship in front of you, like the ground in front of you on the ship, you see little wisps of like heat and steam. The envelope that you guys are flying through is super, super cold. And so you can see constant little bits of ice and frost kind of hitting the shield around the ship that is steaming and burning away. But you can see here it's like really close to where you're standing as you send this stuff out. You see dozens of these faces look towards you, and give me a diplomacy check, please. And what we're
Okay,
going to do
and
is
I will use building camaraderie here.
okay. Also, toss me initiatives because this is 100% triggering the part of the challenge that can have opposition. What? Why are several of those letters?
What?
Mm.
I
Oops.
I suspect that something you're seeing is not what we're seeing.
I don't see any letters.
No
Uh,
letters whatsoever.
What? Why is it doing that? Hang on.
Mrs. Krabappel never taught me how to read.
Well, it put like 6 entries of everyone's stuff into the initiative tracker, and then several of them were letters. And I was like, why is it showing a letter A instead of a let me see. All right. So do you guys see Griffle on there twice?
Nope.
No,
Nope.
No.
Okay. Let's see. Let's try to figure out what it's doing.
I've sent you a screenshot just in case.
I mean, I can figure out by hovering over things and see. Yeah, it just. I think I hit a button that I wasn't supposed to hit. I've never seen that. It's cool. I'll have to figure out what caused that. Ascending order for skill challenge. Doot. Gonna put Morin at the front. Well, no, Morin's gonna trigger the challenge first, and then we'll go from there. So, Morin does the stuff out. Does the building camaraderie, the diplomacy to start the challenge.
You want me to
Did you
roll?
make the check? Yes, please.
No, I didn't. I waited. Okay. So building camaraderie, and then we'll do skill check. I'm so interested. Anybody have a bonus to skill checks?
I mean, I would say, like, can you assist diplomacy? But I don't think you want me assisting.
So you
fine.
can't assist this thing because it's a start point. But 40 is definitely going to get the job done. So you send this stuff out, and you see several of the beautiful faces look more solid for a second. They look like they're, instead of being kind of a cloud of little ice crystals, they look like masks made out of ice floating in the air. And as they focus on you, you can hear the jangling of massive chains. And then as the faces focus on you and turn towards the ship, you see chains of ice form across the masks and cinch down, cracking and shattering the faces of the beautiful she looking in your direction. In the shadow of the comet itself, ahead of you, you see a great figure outlined in black and purple come out of the shadow of the comet, and you see these huge chains of ice starting to spread from the back of the comet, latching on to what look to be like small mountain-size chunks of ice and stone in the back of the comet. Yeah, it looks not the happiest to see you.
Uh-oh.
What does it
And
look like?
looks like that.
Oh no. It's a Krang.
What?
Krang.
What's a
It's got a little
Krang?
man in his stomach.
Oh, like from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Does it look like a walker?
The energy that it has around it and showing up on the spear, the main body does not look like it is aberrant, but that thing in its stomach and some of the, you can sort of see like the chains themselves have this like purple stuff mixed in with the chains. So wherever you can see the purple glowing through the body, whenever you can see the purple glowing on the chains, that reads as aberrant, and the rest does not. And just for the point of scale here, the image on the screen is roughly to scale to the ship.
Oh no.
Oh.
Love.
Oh no.
And so those chains that are coming out, and when he's grabbing pieces of earth and pieces of ice that are, you know, his size or slightly larger, looking like he's going to prepare to start throwing them at the ship. Griffle, you are up. You see this thing is beginning to happen. What do you want to do about it?
God. I know. I think, okay, so it reads as aberrant. It's obviously quite far away from us. Like, is the distance sort of roughly to scale?
You're probably a little bit further away. I was just kind of putting you closer.
Yeah.
To, you know, make it where it was easy to see both on the same screen at the same time, but you're probably like back here. So you guys are.
Does it
relatively
appear
close.
corporeal?
It does. It looks like it is corporeal now, like it was not before, and now it is.
Uh-huh. And sorry, so I thought you said that the faces floating around were she and demons,
Mm-hmm.
and this guy's reading as aberrant. So was he here before and we didn't notice him, or has he appeared since?
You can see that some of the life signs that were being shown on your ship's radar, it was registering this thing as there's lots of life on the comet.
Oh.
Like it wasn't registering, oh, there's, 1,000 people down there. It's, oh, there's one gigantic thing down there.
Oh, so lots of life as in a lot of flesh, like a lot of living entity, but all
The
as one entity.
biomass.
Right, okay.
Large biomass was detected.
Okay. Mm. It's been a while since I've played, so bear with me. I think the ship has some ability that I'm recalling. I think it might have been a beacon command. Yeah, can we try a beacon command on it? Let's try a deter.
It is of the correct size to have ship combat style rules to be used, which is one of the reasons the ship token's on the board. So
Cool.
definitely can use that sort of stuff.
Let's try a deter.
So 36 versus Will. I'm nearly positive. Oh, I don't have his stats. Hang on. That's just a picture. Let me get his token real quick. What are your defenses, dude? 36 versus Will does hit his will defense. So you send out the beacon. Let's move its speed away from the ship. It does not seem to be able to move very much. It is trying to move as fast away from you as possible. It just can't move any faster than the comet is moving.
Right.
It does
Look,
seem
that
to be
makes sense.
to the comet. But I will say that the -2 penalty to attack rolls very likely to be relevant.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Wait, it's going to attack us?
How
Yeah,
dare
it
you.
sent out a bunch of chains to grab hold of mountains.
Oh, I thought the chains were on the elvish folk.
Both.
So
But I
does
think it
that
also
mean
go
I get a
on-
full complement of combat actions, or is it like a?
So this is ship combat until it's not. So
Okay.
you get an action that you want to take, sort of like a skill challenge, and you can freely move around the ship and do other minor things if you want. Right? It's the sort of loose narrative style skill challenge combat thing, but you get
Okay.
one action.
Okay. So I've done my one thing.
All right. So, and again, if people want to jump up higher in the order, they can. But filibuster is default next.
Are the chains also attached to the demons?
So this guy has a whole bunch of chains that are coming out from him, from the
Yes.
comet, grabbing hold of stuff. The
Uh-huh.
chains that appeared on the faces in the ice, those weren't connected to anything. It was just like a mask, and then a chain goes over the mask and shatters the mask, and now the chain and the mask are gone.
So were they like
So-
illusions?
It was more like I don't know how to phrase this, but like attack animation, I guess is a way to say it. Like the chain appeared and then the mask broke, and the chain appearing was more like a representation of something happening to the mask.
Okay.
But all of the ghosts are still there and relevant.
Yes, although most of the ones that you can see now, it used to be like half and half beautiful faces and half demonic faces. Now it's more like 75% demonic faces and 25% she faces.
But is it okay? The thing I'm confused about though is it implied that I don't know what to call it, the large being is controlling / enslaving / the jailer of these things? I think I understand the setup. I just don't understand the connection between the large being and the faces.
You don't know? That might be a potential check to be made. So I'm trying to make it clear that this is like a column. I'm trying to see if I can find a color that actually shows up in this background, and the answer is
I thought the red was fine, personally. It's not the best, but it's fine.
regardless. So yeah, you can the answer to your question of, oh, what's the relationship between these things is it might not be obvious.
Can I make a check to try to understand the relationship and then I have a potential action?
And yes, I mean, what is the thing you're trying to figure out, right? Like the name of the game in this system and in my games is always justify your action. So I am trying to use blank to figure out how blank and blank are doing a thing.
I am currently operating under the assumption that this giant thing has it is holding dominion over all of the faces in some way. But I don't currently know if that's true, and I'd like to confirm or deny that.
Okay. So you could do something like insight to see how are the faces reacting to the presence of this massive abomination that has come out of the back of the comet, right? Being able to see how their expressions change and what they're doing in reaction to what he's doing would be a good way to try to figure out, okay, well, what is happening here?
Perfect. Should I roll it?
I mean, that sounds like an insight check to me, and yeah, this would be your action is trying to figure out what the relationship is here to try to define the challenge.
Would that be my full action?
This will be your action for the skill challenge, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Oh, I was talking to myself. Ooh, it might get better.
If you were talking to yourself, I hope you rolled poorly. 26. So as a reminder, so that is a success. And as you focus in, wow, are those DCs right? Your insight is very good.
It's 22,
so as you focus in, yeah. As you focus in, you can see that the faces, the demonic faces, seem to be becoming more realistic looking, right? They're less impression. There's more detail. They look more individualistic. They look like they're becoming stronger forming. They're becoming, they're getting stronger as a reaction to the presence of the entity at the end of the column. The she faces, by contrast, look as if they're withdrawing. The faces that were sort of neutral or searching or questing around trying to see what's going on, none of them look like that anymore. And they now look like they're all either in pain or they're turning away. They're withdrawing away from stuff. So you can see that the presence of this creature is causing the she faces to withdraw and causing the demonic faces to become more prevalent. So you have identified that the corridor of faces, the demonic faces, the stronger they become, the more dangerous and deadly the corridor is going to become, and the more solid the walls will be, i.e., the easier it will be for the ship to be able to be hit by the things that are going to get chucked at it here in a minute.
The other question I have is, demons are bad or devils are bad in general? It's demons, right?
It depends by what you mean bad. Can you?
I don't know. That's more of a question for Morin because he always knows that stuff. And from our point of view.
Well, the devils are the Alandari, and we've
Yes.
known them to be like bargainers and
neutral.
Yeah, but I think we know that Avar was an Alandari and then became a
was.
walker. So
Also, the Chaos Elementals are what the Legion are fighting at the borders of the Alandari, right?
mhm.
Or I should say, I don't know that it is necessarily Chaos Elementals, but they
I
are
think we
fighting against devils.
devils or demons?
Devils. The Alandari are demons.
No.
Or no, they're devils, yes. And they are fighting constantly against demons.
So demons and devils are at war.
Yes.
And the demons are like the chaos elementals that we had on the ship.
Chaos
spread that
elementals are a
plague.
type of demon, yeah.
Yeah. So it feels like the demons are kind of more like beasts, and the devils are more like some sort of, entity, like a fae or something.
Which brings it to Morin's turn.
So the she got attacked by something?
So the she faces were there, and about equal quantity to the demonic faces. And then when the big when you announce yourself, the big creature at the end of the corridor came out of the comet, and when it did, its presence shattered many of the she faces, and few of them remain.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then the result of Filibuster's check was, this is kind of identifying the challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Filibuster recognized that the stronger the demonic faces get, the more substantial, the more solid the corridor is going to be, and the less space you're going to have to maneuver the ship should things start coming at you.
Yeah. So in my research in the elemental lab, would I guess a first question would be, and I hope this isn't my whole turn, was it like the thunderous aspect of my voice that alerted this guy?
So you get the impression that the ability to carry and communicate is what happened.
Mm-hmm.
But if the idea here is that the she are trapped by something else, you basically walked up and knocked on the side of the jail and said to the people, "Hey, I'm here to speak to the prisoners." And it's not just the prisoners who respond.
Right. So in my study of the elementals lab, would I have an idea of what weapon on the ship might be best equipped to knock out demons?
Does everyone have access to the ship?
I think so.
Yes.
So everyone can see like the different types of weapons and stuff that the ship can deploy?
I can. Yes.
And I think that there should be a handout, right, that has like the, hey,
Weapon
here's the summary.
descriptions.
Is that in Roll20, or is that something that's in?
It's both. Let me get the let
In
me
the
serve it up
master
for you.
list.
Yeah. There is a weapon platform breakdown and ship combat rules.
Yep.
Mhm.
But also I hit the button in Roll20 for weapon descriptions.
Yep. So it sort of depends on what you're doing, right?
It's like I know that the chaos elementals were having trouble surviving in the prime, and they were
Mhm.
breaking down.
Mhm.
But this is obviously the prime.
Mhm.
But
There
can you repeat
isn't.
what you said about its stomach was aberrant, but the rest of it wasn't?
Correct.
Okay.
But demons aren't inherently aberrant, are they?
No.
These are elemental.
Demons are elementals, and that is how the rest of the body reads. It reads as an elemental, except for the stomach. So
Oh.
the main thing is that necrotic tends to do damage to living things. So you think that if you got a good necrotic hit on the thing, assuming it is living, it is likely to do more than other things. And then the second piece that I would get for you is You don't think the faces are strictly speaking living, so they're kind of constructs of other stuff, and you think that those would be especially vulnerable to being shattered by things like force and thunder.
Okay.
So if its
Other than-
reading is aberrant, the radiant weapon does additional damage to undead and aberrant targets.
Correct.
Yeah,
Although
so the big guy at the end is an elemental with an aberrant stomach.
Yeah.
Mhm.
okay.
But
And I
he's
will
big
say
enough
that-
that you could presumably aim for a specific area.
Oh, I don't have this in. Do I have the ship's weapons in squares? I feel like I did.
In
Let's look.
squares.
Yeah, you've got them as tokens. You do.
Yeah, they're range 10. Okay.
So-
So yeah, the range is actually about accurate to what it should be.
So we can't reach him with our weapons currently, right?
Actually, to make life easy.
One of them
yeah.
we can. I think one of them has like a really long range.
Yeah, one of them.
I know
does
that the
have a
force
longer
has like
range.
really short range.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. So you definitely can't reach him with force. But there give you an idea, because I'll put the grid on there to make it a little bit easier, because that is the idea of the distance. You guys are putting a little bit further. You should be about 20 squares away from him. Is the
So
intention of the
I was
challenge.
going to use force on one of the closest faces.
That is also what I was thinking. So way to jump ahead in your turn.
Wow.
I'm just kidding. But if you want to do that, go ahead and do that.
It's
I do think-
cold.
Cold,
has
flame,
range
and
20.
radiant.
Flame
Range.
Yeah, cool. Range 20. Sorry to interrupt.
if you wanna do a force attack, Drock, I could maybe follow up with a thunder attack.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
sure.
Can we do thunder in space?
Yeah, I haven't tried. To be clear, again, it is a weird situation, so I do want to be clear. There is an atmosphere, right? You're in the hydrogen tail of the comet,
Oh, okay.
so there
There's
is air
sound.
here. Yeah.
And also my voice was amplified through here.
Oh, that's
somehow.
true. Oh yeah, so maybe it'll do extra damage.
Or kill us.
Or kill
So yeah,
us.
I'm waiting for shots from Morin and from Drock.
Yeah,
So,
well, if you don't mind, I can go first and hit mine.
Yeah, I figured since yours was shorter range, you just try to hit everything in range, and then I follow up with the thunder on what's beyond.
Sure. Gary, can I target more than one with force, or just a single one with how they're laid out?
I think force just targets one target, but they don't have hit points. They have a narrative value for so the damage roll doesn't matter. It's mostly the hit roll that matters.
Got it. Okay. And I'm not going to augment. I don't think we need to do that at this point.
So 36. So you send out a force beam at one of the faces that's close, and you're able to send it out, and it completely shatters the face as it breaks into shards, and a cloud of energy flies away from it. And you can see that thing that you sensed at the very beginning, right, where there were a lot of ethereal forces, there were a lot of ethereal things in the comet's tail. They're trying to form up. They're trying to become things to come after you. But basically, as they're forming, you hit them in the face with a big wall of force and blew up the thing as it was trying to be created. So that is now 2 successes in the challenge. Do our little tallies down here. Let's do 1. Oops. 1 dot. Oh, I'm using the wrong draw tool because I suck. Two tallies.
Okay,
All
and
right.
so then I will target the next set. If we're kind of like trying to blast our way through.
Mhm.
with the thunder weapon. I won't augment yet. (24) in fortitude.
I don't. I think you were
Talking
talking to
yourself?
yourself.
Oh, thank goodness. Terrible
You
roll.
mean 34, right?
Because also that doesn't hit.
Okay, let's do it again. Thunder. 37?
Yeah.
37 hits.
Okay, so 89 thunder damage.
So 1 success towards the challenge.
Is it a
And that
construct,
is,
vehicle, or object?
It
it
is.
is a construct, and it does take a bunch of additional damage as the
Yeah.
Narrative
big wave of
damage.
thunder comes out and explodes. And one of many. Last action before the end of the round.
Okay. Well, I guess we're just attacking people, so
So the any of the weapons that have range 10 or less cannot reach any of the faces that are near you until you move at the beginning of the round.
yeah.
You've destroyed all the nearby ones, but you could shoot something that's further range.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking of hitting old Crangy Boy with a radiant beam. So I guess let's do that. But can I yell to Al Shaib, like, you didn't warn us for this, that this could happen?
You can yell that.
Yeah, I'll yell that. Then what happens?
So you yell to Al Shaib, and sort of as you project yourself into Al Shaib's realm a little bit, the you feel like the barrier between the ship and his little pocket dimension is a little bit more thin. And as you try to get his attention, you feel like you can sort of sense it slightly, right? Like it's just behind a curtain. And when you do, and you're like, "Hey, you didn't say this to me." You hear this growling, rumbling voice in the background of Al Shaib's realm. And you hear that as you kind of call out to him. And then Al Shaib responds, and you're not sure if it was to you or if he's responding to someone else. And he says, "That was not part of the bargain, my friend."
Oh no. Do I recognize the growling voice that was in his
The
room?
question is, do you know the language? And I hope by this time that you have a button that you can click that tells me what languages you know.
I do
Or
have
that I
that
have made that
button.
button. I feel like I have made this button, but it is
It's
not where
here.
I.
I've hit it.
Huzzah! Wonderful. You are a treasure. Oh, you know exactly what is being said, because not only do you know the language, you also know the correct cultural dialect of Abyssal.
Mm.
Demonic abyssal. Question. Does this voice, this growl, sound like the growl when Al Shaib was being attacked by the walker?
It has things that are similar to it, but you don't think it's the same voice. Like it has the same sort of weight behind it, right? Where it sounds partially like a voice, but it also sounds partially like, impossibly large things grinding against each other. Like what a voice would be if two like mountains were crunching against one another and there was enough sound coming out in a pattern to make words. So since you know the language, when you reach out and when Al Shaib, responded, "That was not part of the bargain, my friend," the abyssal voice was saying to him, "You do not belong here. You are to not interfere." and it's very difficult to do it correctly because I just didn't practice it well enough. But you get the impression from the way that it spoke in a like a rhyme, like you're hearing the end of something that was a rhyming set of couplets.
Mhm.
And it's were, not you are not to interfere.
Correct. You were not to interfere.
Okay.
And then he said that's not the bargain.
That was not the bargain, my friend.
He's free now.
He's free to wheel and deal. Can I yell to him again? If you want us to free Winter, we may need your help. I don't know what your bargain was with this friend, but I hope you are on our side still.
So, what I would be asking you, and this is going to be fun because I'll show the complication that should be at the top of the round now.
Great.
So,
Bargains and contracts.
so you can tell that the two of them are in some sort of negotiation. That there is this growling, sort of outsider-infused demonic voice speaking in Abyssal, attempting to convince Al-Shaib that it should not interfere, that it should back away, that more could be gained by being elsewhere. And that would have been what happens at the end of the round, but since you kind of tapped on the door while it was happening, that is what you're getting. So you can, if you want to try to remove this complication from the board, you can try to convince him of, hey, this was not part of the bargain. We're living up to our side of things. However you want to do it to convince Al-Shaib of the fact that he should not be making deals with others.
Mm. Is he paying
has a free
attention
will.
to me? Yeah.
He is
Is
paying attention. He seems to be paying attention to both sides. Like,
Okay.
you don't get the impression that the other thing is aware that you can hear it, and you get the impression that Al-Shaib can hear both. Don't get the feeling that the other thing can hear you.
Okay. Al-Shaib, we have given you free will, and that means we cannot compel you, but we have bargained that we will be able to use Avar's name when the time is right. And if we die before that time, we will not be able to complete our bargain, which I was very excited to have with you.
Sort of pulling in a little the guilt trip, like, hey, I thought we were special.
It was going to be our first bargain together after your freedom.
So yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, it sounds like you're very much doing a diplomacy check.
Mm-hmm.
You can have it be different, right? Like, you can sort of twist it to being like, hey, we set this up for you if you want to set it for like an intimidate or something. Or if you're trying to figure out more of what's happening in the situation, you can play around with something like insight or use something like history, because the way that the two things are talking does seem to be going through the sort of formal channels that you've seen in the forms of the Accords.
Okay. Yeah, let me use history because we did just read up on the Accords, and it seems like they're having a conversation that, I don't know, it doesn't sound like he's talking with anything aberrant. So, yeah, you want me to roll it?
Yeah, you're gonna know whether you succeed or fail.
Oh, okay. Skill check.
So that is a success, but not a hard DC success. So Moderate success means that like you kind of lay all your cards on the table, like, hey, we've made this deal. You know kind of how the structure of yours is sort of reminding Al-Shaib that this has happened and that, you're trying to set it up as like the difference between being bound and being treated, right? Going to the letter of the agreement versus the spirit of the agreement. And your whole explanation would come up with treating, right? Is, hey, we've been working together. We have a good working relationship, even if it's not, even if we didn't functionally say, no, you can't do this or you have to do it this way, this is going to harm our functional relationship. And you know that using the accords, kind of playing up and using the terms that are about being treated are going to be the ways to get that across. And while you're saying this, you can hear the demonic voice, that other abyssal voice, speaking kind of in the same time that you are, kind of in unison, basically like you're talking on either side of Al-Shaib's head, and he's listening to both. And it says that you are no longer part of the courts. There is nothing left for you there. It has been a great time since you could even be at this table. Do not reach beyond yourself. You were always a servant. And you get this feeling like the entity is trying to pull itself up to kind of place itself as the one in control of the conversation, the one that needs to be bargained with, right? That whole idea of inviting others in to talk to you or being invited to talk to someone else. Whoever is doing the inviting has the power, and he's trying to set that up, try to set it up to where he is the one in control because he is the one setting the terms. And then he ends by saying, and even with those powers that you had, nothing remains that could bind me to any deal. Al-Shaib then pauses for a moment. You can feel as if it's waiting for the end of the conversation, for your speech to it, and for the demon's speech to it. And finally, he responds, and you know he's responding in one voice to both people, and says, it would require knowledge of a name and a stating of a name for a bargain to be met. And if a name was stated, a bargain struck. What was not before would be real again, would it not, my friend?
Oh, shit.
I know it's a very disjointed way to tell a story, but it's the best I can do. End of the round.
What'd you say oh shit for?
This might be the entity that was Avar.
Oh, that's what I assumed. That's Avar. He's on Avar's spirit. I don't know. I just didn't say it out loud. I'm sorry.
So the creature reaches out with the massive chains, grabs hold of huge hunks of ice and stone, and then brings them up and smashes them into the corridor as these mountain-sized blocks of ice and stone crash into one another at the ends of the spears. You see this field of ricochets, kind of imagining kind of like the barrel of a gun, right? So think of like a what is it called? Buckshot. It's like buckshot ricocheting down the barrel of the gun. Only the barrel of the gun is the corridor of faces, and the ricochet are these mountains of ice and stone barreling down the end. And I put the success in the wrong place. 1 second.
Eerie.
Yes.
Was one's role considered a diplomacy-related success?
It was considered a diplomacy-related success, and it was a success.
Okay.
And then I'll put complication 2, which is, well, technically it was supposed to be complication 1, but I didn't think complication 2 was going to trigger before complication 1. Because this group is going to make things, interesting no matter what we do. So the chaotic ricochet is the complication. You're trying to get closer to, you're trying to get to Avar's spear and try to land on it, and now there is this wall of shards of ice, some of which are the size of small cars, barreling down the barrel of the corridor of faces. And I know Filibuster had something that he wanted to do, but it is technically Griffle's turn. Griffle, do you want to go, or does Phil?
Phil said he wanted to go first this round, so
I've got the juice. Are you ready?
is it good?
Okay. I would like to step towards the front. I don't know how much time there is to do that, but step towards the front of the ship and sort of close my eyes and think back to oh no, I can't remember the name. My tiny little brain. The battle at there we go, Hardhome. The battle at Hardhome, where we flew over, and in my mind's eye, think of the city defending itself, and sort of commune with Baneslayer and think upon like the giant banner flying above the ship and myself as a leader. And then I would like to say in the way that I saw Morin do, just shouting, hopefully also booms. Just say, "Fear clouds your judgment, O court of Fae. The Winter Lady deserves to have her say. Baneslayer fights with the crew upon the end. To win this battle of reality, your aid you must lend. The Church of the Boundless stands before you this night. This breaker of chains requests you show this demon Winter's might." There's the...
Pretty sick.
I like it.
So you
We got a Dr. Seuss over here.
Yeah, I like the rhymes.
So you raise Baneslayer up, and you get this resonance from Baneslayer where a lot of times you get that thing where it's fighting back, right? Where it's like it disagrees with the way that you're doing things. The spirit of the blade wants to do things directly, and it natively, instinctively says no to whatever your plan is at first. And then when it realizes, oh, we're raising the banner, we're calling to arms, we're riding the flag high as we charge straight at the enemy. Is it my birthday? And then Baneslayer obeys and the banner is raised. So what do you want to do to draw the creatures of winter to you?
Oh, is this not good enough?
It is amazing, and it is going to be one hell of a bonus to the lowering the DC. But the question is, how are you going about doing what you're doing? Right? Is this?
Well, I invoked the name of my church, Gary. So
it sounds like religion.
check.
It sounds like I am attempting to convert the Shi to my church.
I hate this.
As it should be. 29.
Josh was on board, and then the explanation happened, and Morin is just so that would be a hard DC success. So 2 successes towards the main challenge. Oops. I'm so bad at using this tool. You would think I've used it often enough to be able to correctly do it, but no, I'm not. So the banner is raised. You see several of the faces that looked as if they were turning away in either fear or shame or pain. They focus on you. They focus on the banner. And you get this surge of energy gathering around the ship as there is this aura of dark energy that flows out from the faces. And in the past, when you've kind of invoked the she, when you've invoked Summer, there is this sense of like the green gold light where there, when Drock has his cloak, or there's this feeling of like warmth and sun, or even if it's kind of too far down the line, right? When you were dealing with the Summer Lady, where sometimes she would just melt stone when she was invoking Summer. This is different. This feels like when you raise the banner and you fly forward, when you call the she to you, they don't respond with warmth and light and vigor. Instead of getting this feeling of like the rush of energy, you feel as if falling in behind you are thousands of shadows, that there are creatures that aren't going to be raising weapons high and calling out in mighty voices. This is not a great host that you are leading that is going to be the kind that's in shining armor. But instead, it's like your banner is casting a massive shadow, and thousands of things that hunt in the night dip themselves in that darkness. They hide in your wake and sharpen their knives, waiting to step out and strike at those that would be their prey. Griffle, it's your turn.
That's cool as hell. Can I do something?
I don't know if you broke up there.
No, sorry, I just tried off because. So I had a thought about what I would do, and then, as always happens, things changed right before my turn, and now I feel like there's better things I could do, but I'm struggling to think of them. I was wondering if I could like try to make a pun out of the skill nature.
Well, it also kind of depends mechanically on what you're dealing with, right? Because there are two complications on the board, and then there's the primary challenge. So
yes,
while yes, things have changed, there's still two things or there's still some amount of stuff for Bargains of Contract. There's still some amount of stuff for the Chaotic Ricochet, and there's still parts of the challenge of getting closer. But yeah, like
what is happening with the Chaotic Ricochet at the moment?
You're in the barrel of a gun with a bunch of shrapnel coming down the barrel at the ship right now. Right. So if you don't do anything, it's going to be, you are sitting at the end of the shotgun when someone pulled the trigger.
Yeah, it's a dungeoneering check to steer the ship effectively, right?
By default, yes. You can also do things like the entire crew is on board, and the crew is by now very well versed in how to pilot. So you can crew the ship, you can pilot the ship yourself, or you can get the crew to do other things with it. You also know the ship has several special abilities, so you can either use one of the ship's abilities, or you can pilot yourself.
I'm feeling like I kind of want to use the connection that I have with the ship that I would say is probably like stronger than anybody else's to do some like Force Star Wars like really, really skits flying like through the asteroid field kind of deal.
Yeah, I mean, you have better maneuverability as the pilot with the helm than anyone else can dream of. Is this the moment where it's like, hey, there's a reason we pay her to be here, to be the pilot?
Yes.
Wait, we're paying her?
I actually no.
Wait, you guys are getting paid?
Well, supposedly the guild is meant to be getting paid for my services, but I don't know what's going on with my wages. They stopped ages ago. No, I would like to get like up close and personal with that steering wheel.
Sounds good. By default, it's dungeoneering unless you want to justify something else.
I hate the dungeoneering.
Yeah, let's go ahead and crush that hard DC. and knock out. Oh, it doesn't let me do that anymore. What? Why doesn't it let me cross out? That's dumb. They removed the strike through option from, like, now it's just bold and italic.
Rude.
But you complete the challenge. Basically, you wait until right before it's going to happen, and then you go and you dip the ship forward, and you feel the ship just sort of come alive as the short-term engines fire on all at once. And then you can see one of the things that the ship can do that you know it can do. You've done something like it before. You've just never done it in combat before, where when you go to say, I need to maneuver through this, the ship plots a path, sees that there's a giant wall of shards coming your way, and the ship just plots a path to the other side of the shards. You look, and it, according to the map, just shows you go straight through the shards like it's just going to take them all to the face. And then the ship's engines fire. It shunts a bunch of energy into the teleportation matrix, and it just blips out of reality for a second and back into reality immediately after, letting the wave of ice harmlessly pass through the space where the ship once was.
So exactly like Star Trek. Got it.
That probably happened at some point in Star Trek.
Yeah, they warped through a planet.
Like it happens I feel like it happens in like almost every sci-fi. Like I saw it happen in Stargate. I'm pretty sure it happened in like
The Stargate one was the one.
Pretty sure it happened in Farscape too.
The one that I was remembering was in Stargate. But yes, so
yeah,
you just bloop, bloop, pop in, pop out. And, you know, for all intents and purposes, you didn't maneuver the ship basically at all. You just have one more dimension than your attacker has. Morin, it's your turn.
Actually, we have quite a few more dimensions.
You have at least one more.
Okay, so we're past the chaotic ricochet. Excellent.
Yeah. So the bargains and contracts complication still exists. The chaotic ricochet would be crossed out if it let me cross out stuff.
And we're closer.
You're getting closer, and you are 5 successes into the challenge. Like for the overall.
Wait, were we 16 squares away last time?
You should have been 20 squares away from last time, and so now you should be 15.
Okay.
There should have gone one more.
Okay, so the voice that one heard, is that something that the rest of us are able to perceive?
Yes.
Do I know what it said?
I mean, one can tell you what it said. You guys still have the telepathy, so
it sounded like Avar. I'm just gonna start calling it Avar. It sounds like Avar was trying to strike a bargain or make a deal with Al-Shaib, right? And then it said, no deal can bind me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that I would say, and another clarifying question from way back in the day. Imix turned Al-Shaib into a Maharaji Jinn as a result of the war, right? Like during the war, he wasn't.
Yes.
And at that point, he was no longer serving as an advisor to Imix.
No, he was still serving as an advisor to Imix.
Okay, I guess what Morin is trying to wonder when one said commanded him to become what Imix created him to be. Would that still, as Imix first made you, would that still be like he was still an advisor to Imix at that point, right?
And so the history part of that statement, actually, I will ask Kylie. Kylie, do you want to explain the history part of that? And if you don't remember or don't have the notes up, then I will clarify.
What you mean, like, why did I say it like that?
Either why did you say it like that, or what was happening at that moment in time from the history of the world? because I think one of many, like the character definitely knows. And if you would prefer if I explained it, I don't mind explaining it. But if you would like to explain it, go ahead.
Well,
and maybe this will help clarify like why I'm asking this question is because I want to appeal to Al-Shaib at one point telling me that he would like to be what he was when he was advising Imix, and that he would get pleasure or feel like more real. I don't remember the exact words that he used if he were advising a primordial. And I want to make sure that that is still the case given him now being what he is when Imix first created him.
So Kylie, do you want to answer that or do you want me to?
well, I mean, I wanted to basically restore him to that version because he did not want to be she anymore because he felt betrayed by the summer court. And once the gods got a hold of him, they basically used him as a tool. And it sounded like, well, like what Josh said, like he was happiest as a Mataraji Jinn before he was made to like excise parts of himself. I don't know if there's more to it than that.
The
So
only
I
thing
guess
that I was, the only thing I
would
was going to
more
add.
sorry,
Let me
go ahead.
just be quick. The only thing I would add to that is just in the way that the timeline works. So the question for more, do you know why Imix changed him into the Matmaraj?
To be a weapon against the gods, right?
Right. So when the primordials were losing the war against the gods, they changed their Shi advisors. They used the nature of the Shi advisors that they were supposed to help them in all instances except for against the outside. They twisted their deal and changed them into something else. So that point that the change actually occurs, the Shi are still advisors to ostensibly a creature or like a monarch that is fighting an impossible battle, that is losing a war, and this is their last ditch effort. This is what they're doing to change the name of the game. Is they're going to change their advisors that they were given to them by the Shi into these weapons to change reality. That's going to be the thing that makes or breaks the difference, and that is what is happening at the time when Imix first makes Al-Shaib into the Matmaraj.
Mm-hmm. So would Morin understand that to be when I was talking to Al-Shaib previously to being unbound, and what one commanded him to turn into, are those the same entity?
Very close to.
Okay. All right. I was just worried that, like, when I talked to Al-Shaib and he said, yes, I would love to be an advisor to Primordial, that being changed into what he was after Imix changed him from being an advisor made that irrelevant.
No, he was still an advisor, but now he was also a weapon.
I see. Okay. All right. So given that, I think I would like to call out to Al-Shaib and say, this creature says it wants to make a deal with you, but in the same breath says that no deal can bind it. How can one deal with such a creature? Perhaps if we knew his name, and if we bound him. Such perhaps if we knew his name and bound him, the Queen of Winter would be free. And then I would like to attempt to say Avar's name.
So, you get a wash of pain when you try to say the name, and you can feel as if there's resistance there. Like you can pull on it, you can get it, but you get the impression that that Al Shaib is sort of like putting your hand over it. Like you can grab the name from your mind, but you get the impression that Al Shaib is not going to stop you from doing it, but that he's got his hand like placed over your mind, kind of in a wait a second feel.
Mm-hmm.
Would you push through to bring the name into the conversation, or would you? This is going to be one of those questions of, do you trust Al Shaib?
I would in this case. So my question is, does trusting him mean I don't try to say the name?
Yes.
Okay. Because what
You go
I'm
to
wondering
him-
is if it has to be one of many that says the name because she struck the bargain with him.
You get the impression that you could say it, but rather that there was a sensation of like, I'm imagining it like you're drawing a weapon from its sheath,
Mhm.
and you go to draw the weapon that you've been given by Al Shaib, and Al Shaib just places his hand lightly on your hand. You can still draw the weapon, but it's clear that the gesture is like, wait.
Okay. Uh, then in that case, I would say, he's 16 squares away. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Well,
Yeah.
and if you're looking at like abilities, he is 16
Space
like
squares.
space squares away. Like he's
Yeah.
nowhere for like creature or like character abilities.
Okay, then I would say, I take your advice as given. Your insight is helpful. And then I think I would fire the thunder weapon at the faces again.
So you go, you do this, you get that moment where you're talking, you're saying, "Hey, we need this. This needs to happen." And you hear the demonic voice talking back and saying, "We have to deal as mortals deal. You and I must work as one. Neither can name the other. My name is lost. You cannot bind me. Your name is forbidden. I cannot bind you." And you get this sense of warmth where again, like you're talking at the same time as the demon. So in the part of the conversation where you were explaining, like you go to grab the name, that's the part of the conversation where the demon is basically making the case of neither of us can get each other's name. And Al Shaib responds to both of you: "Trust, my friend, that your name is not as lost as it once was. But you are right. Even knowing such a thing, it would take the passage of a mortal to give it to something of great power in order to have it to do a thing. I was once such a thing that had power. Not the power to invoke a name such as yours, but the power to know and pass along. If a mortal existed to pass it to a great power now, then you would be in danger, my friend, would you not?" You get this sensation of approval from Al Shaib, and you get the sensation that, one, the complication has ended, a successful check was made against it. The you don't need to make a check to do it. It is just an automatic success on diplomacy to trust him in this instance. He's leading the demon on. He's drawing the demon's attention. He's making it think that a bargain is possible. And he's telling you something different by telling both of you the exact same thing. The complication is complete.
We need to say the name to something inside the temple. It sounds like
Drock or one, either of you can go.
The mortal has to pass the name to something of power?
Mortal has to pass the name of something to something immortal, to something of great power, and they can use it. And he is making it clear that he was once something like that could pass the name along to something greater that could use it.
So one of the she then, or the queen.
We have a line
think-
to the she, don't we?
We do, but summer can't free winter.
Yeah, it's against their
And-
nature.
It's antithetical.
Did you actually shoot him with the radiant last time, or did we get the
not
conversation
No,
instead?
I talked to Al.
All right. I'm up for shooting him with radiant still.
Are we in range?
Yeah, Radiant's 20.
Ah, okay.
If no one's against it.
Knock yourself out.
And I am gonna try and target his belly where the, aberrant is.
Yeah. It's not hard to hit his belly. It's bigger than your entire ship. So
Well, I mean, it's hard for me.
yeah, it's hard
does-
for you to land a good blow.
Does Life's losing hand work on ship rolls?
Yeah, I mean the idea is that this is you directing the thing. So yes, this is how effective your direction is. So you could use life losing hand if you wanted.
All right, I got. Wow. There it is.
All right.
All right, so just re-roll the whole thing again.
Yes, and add whatever your charisma is.
Right. It should say.
So it's 6.
Why doesn't it say? I thought I had that in there.
I get the impression that you put a comma in there and didn't code it correctly because it also incorrectly.
5
That's
anyway, so I'll add 5 to my attack. 1 second. Radiant. 35.
There we go. 35 definitely hits. The thing kind of screeches in pain. That is 2 successes towards the challenge. Oops, that's on the wrong layer because I suck. So 7 successes on the primary challenge. It strikes into the creature, and you see as the radiant beam hits into the belly of the beast that it frays even more than what you would expect if you hit something that was like real and physical, even if that thing was weak to radiant energy. So it hit something that wasn't just like, oh, it's vulnerable to this. You get the impression that you hit something that was like an illusion or a construct or a representation of something else. For someone like one of many, you can recognize what that thing really is. It's not a physical creature in the same sense. It's a lot like your mind shard, your projected consciousness. It's a conjuration. And it is partially destroyed and has to reform itself slowly after being struck with radiant energy. What if many? You're up.
Okay. So we're still 16 away.
Mhm.
So I guess that I will do the cold beam. Let's see. Hang on. Yeah, I'll do the
Yeah.
cold beam, and it gives us partial concealment.
Are you using the one that's
Wait.
augmented? I never remember. Do you need the augmented to get the concealment?
I will. Yeah, what is it just uses some ship's energy, right?
He uses ship's energy, yeah.
We're not like close to low or anything, are we?
Are we not 24?
The token says you're 24. I don't know why you're low energy. I think the ship did take some energy damage at some point, but I feel like you shouldn't be at 24. I think you should be.
No.
I don't know that we've been tracking it, so I don't know.
Because you took one big hit somewhat recently.
It was outside the like
Cebu?
outside Mother's. No, it was outside Mother's prison.
So I'd say you've got
East
2
of
days of regeneration from 24. So what's ship's regeneration right now is like 20?
Yes. Because we dealt with all. Oh, yeah, we dealt with all of our energy problems basically.
Okay, so you're at 44. Or
So yes,
64.
we can afford to burn some energy.
Augment 2, just does that use 2%?
2. Yeah, 2 energy.
All right. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, so cold. So this will give us total concealment, which I think will be helpful as we go past these faces.
Effectively invisibility.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been not misty stepping, but shadow stepping on my turn every time.
Constantly.
So I've had concealment this whole time.
Oh,
Mhm,
great.
mhm, mhm. So the 26 hold
Reflex.
or the 26 reflex, I'm almost positive is going to be a miss.
He can't move.
Yeah, he's just a dude.
He's impaled.
Yeah, but he is on a giant ice comet, and you shot him with a cold beam.
Yeah.
So
So that makes
But
him really good at dodging.
that gives us concealment.
I'm joking.
whether it bothers him at all is the real question. It's not whether it hits him. You can't really miss. So you do not strike cleanly enough to feel like you have hit it to be able to count as a success on the challenge. The question is do you have anything to either add a bonus to your attack roll and or reroll things, or does anyone want to do anything to try to make that blow land? Or is the effect of the concealment worth not worrying about it? Or is that the main goal?
Re-roll your hit if you want to. How important do you think it is?
I don't think it's that important considering that he is like standing on ice. I think it's the effect, right? We're after the
Yeah.
effect.
I think the effect, but up to you guys. I have stuff that lets me reroll stuff, but not cold powers.
But again, it's you directing a weapons platform. It doesn't necessarily relate to cold.
I mean,
Well,
it
all
does
my
with
rerolls are
the
like
power.
psionic or psychic or, you know.
Got it.
So it sounds like the answer is no. So
I think the answer is no.
The shot happens, and when you see in the wake of the cold beam as it goes out, it doesn't do anything to the creature. But you do notice that when the aura of cold that you're used to, right, it creates this little cloud around you. That's what the concealment is. When it creates that cloud, the cloud that it creates is one, huge. It is also two, very dense, and three, full of dark things, shadows that are pulling you deeper and deeper and deeper. And for a moment, it feels like you're not really still there anymore. The details of the world fade out. And Griffle, you get the ship's sensors recognizing that you're not actually fully on the prime anymore. You can feel a little envelope of another plane wrapping itself around the sides of the ship. The question here is, do you allow it? You know the ship has the power to pull itself out of this, but the question is whether you want it to or not.
Do I get a sense of what kind of plane it is that is it like a
Let's see. Check. I'm making a dungeoneering check for you.
Cool.
I've not played in long enough that I'm having a hard time remembering who has rerolls for what. But if you do have
I
a
do not
reroll,
have a general skill check reroll.
okay, and you don't have anything for dungeoneering.
No.
Could we
Um,
assist her?
So if it matters, I do have like I think a +10 bonus for plane specific identification as part of the ship. Crystal Helm.
That is. Where is that?
It's part of the Crystal Helm, I think.
If I was smart, I would have like a section for artifacts. PCs. Nope, not in there. Where are the artifacts?
They're in handouts, artifacts.
Look at that. This is the one that, like, if you have. Find your location. Find your location for it. You get 1 plus the number of known planes within the helm. How many known planes do you have within the helm? Do you remember?
Hang on a second. That is the wayfinding. That's if we're lost.
Yeah.
I think it's knowledge checks.
The reason I'm looking is that the what this number is going to be the difference between succeeding or failing. Or I wouldn't take as much time to look at it.
Oh, hang on. Is knowing about planes a streetwise check? Why have I written it down that I have +2 to streetwise? That's weird.
Yeah, because it gives to everybody the streetwise, but it's just like knowing people, knowing places, knowing the thing. Relating to the knowledge about known planes. So as long as you're on one of the known planes, you get a +2 to streetwise.
Oh, okay.
I think it's mostly this. It's needing to know how many planes are in the helm.
Yeah, okay. So
Planes.
I needed to. I don't have it written down anywhere. I'm sure I can work this out really quick.
I want to say it's like
Counts as a plane.
so planes are like, yeah, the Prime, the Wilds, Celestia, any of like the bigger planes that you guys can go to. Shadowfell.
And it was, I think I needed to spend a long rest in that plane to know it. So I feel, what you said 8, right?
I thought the bonus was 8, but it looks like it's 1 plus the number of helms. So I think the bonus is 7 because I think the number of known things is 6.
Okay. That I think that's right by my count. Oh, did I write it down on my sheet? At one point, I feel like I wrote it down on my sheet somewhere.
Just trying to count. So Shadowfell, the Prime, the Wilds. I know those 3. White Sands, I know, is 1 because you did spend an extended rest there, and then Guerderig. Do you have one more? Because I don't know why I think I remember 6, but
were we technically in Celestia?
Yeah.
So we oh yeah, you got Guerderig. Yeah, did we rest in Celestia?
I don't remember you resting, especially with the ship. Pulling up the map. I see the one that I'm missing. So yes, you have 6, which gives you a total of +7.
What was the one missing?
So when you guys shunted off the extra time, and you went to something where the time was like super slow, it was
That's right.
one of the things in the Edge of Madness is where you went. So yeah, I don't know why I remembered 6, but then when I started counting, I was like, I feel more and more confident that the answer is actually 6. So you can tell that the envelope of another plane that's that's wrapping around the ship, it's a piece of the wilds, a dark and dangerous piece of the wilds, but you feel it's sort of wrapping closely around you, like that banner of dark and dangerous things that is are the dark and dangerous things that are hiding in the shadow of the banner are bringing with them a piece of the wilds.
Okay.
A piece of nature.
I will allow this.
So you allow this, and that is 8 successes on the challenge. And you, as the ship settles itself, you can feel it's sliding along that barrier between being in the Fae and being on the prime material plane. And at the end of the round, you can feel the rage and frustration as chunks of ice and stone pass through where the ship would be as you're riding in this little bubble, dipping into a different plane. You see all around the ship are these shadows and lithe, dark, predatory shapes. These creatures gathered around, waiting and watching, looking for something to hunt, looking for something to kill. You see one of the beautiful, lithe, dark creatures, a woman that has these strange wisps of ice flowing off of her, steps to the front of the ship, kind of hidden away in this pocket of darkness. You get the impression that behind you or around you in every direction, there are heavy evergreen trees just out of sight, rocking and swaying under the weight of heavy, heavy snows. And as the woman comes to stand at the edge of the ship, you see this sort of wispy nightgown around her, and she looks over towards Filibuster and says, "Dost thou wish to hunt with the cord?"
Oh, I don't like that.
She thinks you're a goblin.
Well, I am a goblin, believe it or not.
I know.
Oh, let's see if I have hang on.
He
I
thinks
think
you're a proper goblin.
Not a diminished goblin.
I do have a picture of her. Hang on. I was like, man, I really wish I had a picture of her. Crazy enough, 100% do have a picture of her. Let's not have it smashed and weirdly shaped.
Wish it.
Why is it squishing the... Can you put it on map layer? Okay, that's done. So for whatever reason, this is making it look weird.
She's so skinny.
I think that's roughly
It's
the
because you're
correct way
putting
to
it
do
on the token layer, so it's conforming to the grid.
Yeah, but I did that on the map and the DM layer too, and it did the same thing.
Oh, okay.
Your explanation is the one that makes sense. That's apparently not what's going on. But this is what the woman looks like.
Is she vampiric?
No, she's pretty clearly some sort of she noble.
Oh.
I don't know how to answer. I basically want to say something that's like, I would not be bound, but I would hunt.
So she laughs, and you hear her laugh is fairly quiet. It's more like a breathy chuckle, and you can hear other things, very beautiful sounding things, laughing dark laughter this sort of sinister, mocking tone echoing around the sides of the ship. And she says, "Of course, I would not bind thee that approaches mine queen, but would merely lead one to a bridge. To step across is to hunt. To hunt is to be worthy of being your blooded self." You hear more snickers in the background. This round of snickers sounds much more goblin-like. And you see dark goblin eyes and dark blues and greens opening in the shadows around the ship.
This feels sort of racist. uh, kind of like who I am. Does this? That's so cool. I don't know what to do.
So she's asking, do you want to come and hunt? All you need to do is step across the bridge. She's not asking for a binding, but she's saying to step across the bridge is to approach the throne. To approach the throne is to hunt, is to be shown whether you are worthy or not.
Oh, well, okay.
Do it. Do it.
I'm all about
Do it.
changing. Yeah, let's do it. That sounds fun. She said full-blooded, though. That was kind of weird. I didn't like that.
Yeah, to be not full-blooded, to be blooded. So
okay.
to
That's
be
cool.
proven by combat is what she means.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Let me in.
Then greet thee shall I, herald you here. Herald is me. Aliana is she. She bows her head, and you see extending outward from the bow of the ship a ramp, a bridge made of solid ice. On the other side of the bridge, you see fire and flames. You see chaos and colors. And Griffel can see that on the other side of that bridge is the prime material plane. It's close, but not exactly in the right space. Griffel can tell that that is ahead of you on the comet, a passageway through fairy into the heart of ice.
Mm.
Does the group want to step on the bridge?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, please.
We hunt.
Yep.
Good
The
luck,
red sun
crew.
rises in the east.
Every non-goblin is struck down by the court.
She invited us. We are treated.
Do.
If our ship explodes in the tail of the comet while we're gone,
Well, it's on a different plane now, right?
It's still on the prime.
Oh, okay. Ooh,
Oh no.
Balor Husk.
Zavut.
So place yourselves within the green.
These goofy, like trees. They're like weirdly 3D.
They're top down.
Mhm.
Where's my thingy?
All right, Morin, prove yourself by combat.
Gary, I have a question.
What's
This
up?
will only make sense to you, I assume. Is it good that we did that thing earlier this week?
It could have been depending on what your choices were. I don't think it's going to apply for like a couple of sessions.
Heard.
What did you do?
I can't tell you.
What have you done?
What would you do?
There was a version of, hey, what are you doing on 6 hours of downtime, where it would have become immediately relevant and you guys would have done something before making it to the comet.
Ugh, thank God.
That thing
All of
likes
it took.
in combat.
I have new untested macros to resolve in painstaking lengths of time.
But the other thing would have also likely been combat. So resolving of the skill challenge. So skill challenge resolved in 1 round?
2
No.
rounds.
2.
Well, the opening round was discerning the threat. So that was like the opening round was round 0. There were no complications. There was no clear objectives.
That's not true.
So the second round was the actual first round of the challenge.
We fired weapons in the
You did
first round.
stuff, yeah. Again, I think you guys did stuff, but the way I have it separated is if they complete the challenge on round 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4. So from the way that I have it set up, that is round 1 is the thing to go with. Which means when you start in the box, you may take up to 2 movements from the box to place yourself on the map.
God. I'm so far away.
So you can move up to twice your speed. And then once we're there, what we'll probably do is place yourself on the map. And once you're done with that, go ahead and take a break. We'll break until the top of the hour. So break until, so place yourself, combat, and break until top of the hour. I'll be right back and get water.
The temple, yeah.
Upon yes. Upon zooming in, no. These are
Okay.
like bird-like.
A bird, yeah, but like
I bet these
that
are demons.
animalist. Yeah. Because the guy said he wasn't what he appeared to be. He was like he was an angel inhabiting the body of a fallen foe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's true.
Oh boy, it's been too long since I played. How do you guys do those arrows again?
You click on measure, which is the square with the dot in it. And you do line, and then you can drag, and if you right click, you can make its points.
Thank you. With all the technical issues and how much I've forgotten, clearly we shouldn't wait so long between games.
I just want to be within 5 squares of you, Drac. Where are you gonna be?
Blood Brothers.
Well, step 1 is going here. Step 2 is lightning or speed of thought. So
Okay, I can get closer to you.
yeah,
Wait,
I'm
where's
probably
that yellow
gonna stop right in front of that first enemy, the Zovat 5.
Oh, that's where you're gonna stop.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right.
Oh
All right,
my
I'll be
God,
right back,
we're all
guys.
OP, remember? Right? We all got like level 16 thing. We're so strong.
We are. We're so strong now. All right, BRB.
There were a couple of really cool things in that one. A lot of good role play and stuff. That worked really well. Felt like really good, especially because we hadn't taken any damage yet. We're about to, I'm sure.
Nah. Giant demons, chumps.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Also, I love how like sometimes when I do prep for things, like a lot of times I will do prep and then second guess myself and be like, no, they're not going to go that route. And so I'll like hide the stuff that I do and I don't like put it on the same page. Like the route of getting to the bridge via Aliana. I was like, they're probably not going to do it that way because they've got the Summer Night with them. They're not going to go that path of like entreating the Fae. And so like I deleted her picture off of the map because I have a bunch of things on the map that are like on the GM layer. I deleted her picture off and I was like, oh shit. And then I realized, oh no, I still uploaded the picture. So I still had the picture in Roll20. I just needed to put it back on the map.
Hilarious.
Gary. My level
Yes.
16 Divine Oracle feature says when you make an attack roll against will, you can roll twice and use the higher result. 1.
Correct.
If I do a multi-attack roll, do I have to re-roll all of them, or can I select individuals? 2. If I'm doing a multi-attack roll and I'm making multiple rolls, if any of them miss, am I dazed?
I don't think it's optional. Is it?
It says when you make an attack, you can roll twice and use the higher result against will.
I mean,
What
then
is your-
yeah, ideally it would toggle it on of like you'd have a toggle and be like, all right, I'm going to attack these guys twice.
So you're saying I can select individuals?
Yeah. I guess I've only played with people who keep it on the whole time and never turn it off.
I mean, I'm just asking in general, and I don't see a reason where I wouldn't. I'm just.
Yeah, like.
But okay, then the other question is: if any singular attack misses, am I dazed?
Yes.
Okay.
And
What is your-
What was the question?
Oh, I was just saying, what is your Paragon Pass?
Divine Oracle.
Oh, nice.
I didn't know it's optional because I've never played with anyone that chose the option to not use it. So I had to go look it up and be like, oh no, it is technically optional. All right, so people's back. One in chat if you're back and ready to roll, or even just like roll initiative so I know that you're ready to roll.
Oh God.
Do we know what kind of creatures these are?
They are demons.
Demons.
Are Zovit's demons?
Zuvits are demons.
Zvit.
So
Oh.
Oh my God.
what?
I'm showing the token because
When you
I got
move
so
it
much
into a
bigger.
Zovit, it becomes a humongous creature.
right, but even if you zoom in on the token, it's kind of hard to see. But if I make it bigger, you can see that they are these sort of like bird-like, like bird gargoyle style demons.
I just legitimately thought that Drock moving next to it triggered an immediate reaction.
You
Gary.
bugged.
Yes.
Was the angel in the Redeem's temple said he was an angel inhabiting the body of an enemy? Do these Baelors look anything like that body?
So they give you the impression like they're the same category of creature, but not direct relatives. So like if you thought of like if you saw a bunch of angels next to each other, if one angel was not exactly like another, but you were like, oh, that's kind of like an angelic style being.
Yeah.
This is the same sort, where it looks like it's in the same category, but a much bigger version of, not version of one of these guys, but like, yeah. I.e., the body that it was inhabiting does seem like it is likely at one point was a demon.
Yeah. Oh, that was my summation.
Let's see. I only have 3 people on initiative, so I need.
Oh, I didn't roll.
Billy.
Philly and Griffle, do the thing.
Drock rolled a 35.
Where's my button? There it is. 37.
37.
The one time I roll good.
Make sure that there aren't any ties. Doesn't look like there are any monster and player ties. So you go up. So you can see these guys, the Baelor husks. They have this sort of demonic face, but they're sort of a weird mixture of bird-like features and like the traditional like giant buff demon features. They've got hooves that look like they are like legs that look like they're partially hooves, but you can see that they don't end in hooves. They look like hooves until you get to the bottom, and then where the hooves would be are talons. They have these big muscular hands and arms, but by the time it gets up to the elbow, from the elbow to the shoulder and then up and out are wings. It has this strange long bird-like neck, but the head at the end of the neck, as it kind of looks side to side, has this demonic mask look to it. Do the chickens have large talons? I don't.
Do these
I don't know what
chickens have
chicken-
large talons?
Boy, I
Josh
don't
gets
understand
that
a word you
reference.
just said.
Is that from Napoleon Dynamite?
It is.
$7? That's like $1 an hour. That's one of my favorite.
Might be why I didn't. get the
Gary, I
joke.
can't believe you've never seen Napoleon Dynamite. That's exactly your type of humor. That's crazy.
I have seen Napoleon Dynamite. It has been a very long time. So, and then the Zovits are kind of like bird gargoyle looking demons, but in their hands and on these little hands that are halfway along their stunted wings, you can see there are layers upon layers of spiked chains that wrap around the Zovits. And then I think it's stuff. Ready to go? Billy, are you saying you would like to begin this combat by delaying?
I'm asking Drop a question.
Oh, I responded, but I was talking to myself apparently. Yes, that was actually my plan.
Do you
I
want to
will
speed a
delay.
thought into the zone and out?
Yeah, I could do that. I could
Yeah.
end there.
That's better.
Do you have enough
Aura
movement
traps
to
you.
come out afterwards?
I do. Can that be used as speed of thought, as like to step in and then back out?
Yeah, you can enter into a zone or an aura, see what it does, and then decide whether you continue moving or not.
Oh yeah, because I was realizing, because technically we would have rolled an initiative first or moved in first. Because my first
Moved
turn
in
I get
first.
11 movement.
So you move in first. Basically, the idea is that you're in that shadowy pack of dark fae, and they carry you forward across the bridge from your successful skill challenge, and then you deploy on the far side of the bridge. So you would be able to speed of thought in and pop around.
Okay.
So speed of thought into the thing will get you that. Oh, whoops! Talking to myself. This is what the aura does.
10 cold damage.
Okay.
But they're on fire.
So I will step
Does
back
that stack, Gary?
They are not on fire. They have in one hand a big, strange-looking sword, in the other hand they have a flaming whip.
Yeah,
So the
fire.
thing behind them is the tail of the flaming whip.
Well,
Gary,
Yes,
if I am in both auras, do I take 20 damage?
that is correct.
Don't do that.
I would recommend again.
Okay, well, I moved here for a reason, so.
You did? Okay.
Warren, which one would you like to kill?
I'm thinking that if we keep the Balor husks from getting to us, killing them at range is best.
That's
I don't
not
know
what I
this
said.
of it.
Which one would you like to kill?
Balor husk number 1.
Okay. What is my? I am 10 away from it. What's the? Gosh, I suck at this game.
Are you trying to prophecy?
I'm looking at the range. It's 5.
5. Yeah, the range of prophecy is 5.
Well, that's within my movement. That's fine. Boop.
Filibuster slides
Okay.
across the ice.
Prophecy of Doom. I point at him. I say, "Die." I'll push the button. There we go. And then I action point. Where's my action? Action point. Okay. I will curse eye tattoo Baylor Husk 1. First time I've ever done that correctly.
Okay.
-2 to saving throws.
Save.
And then I will not be greedy for once in my life, and I will remember the button that does the thing that I want to do. I'm so lost. It's been so long.
I agree. We should never go this long again.
Oh, Gary.
Gary's
Wait, Gary.
What?
Can I pre-use Cloak of Courage? I totally forgot I took that.
Did you want to use
Like, I
Cloak of
wouldn't
Courage?
use- Not as my action, like on the ship.
We had a conversation about this in the past, and I said I would be okay with a default option. Do you remember if we default chose on or off?
Default on.
Default on. So if previously we said default on, I'm going to assume the default happens. You go into combat. The first thing you do is cloak your allies.
Okay. Everyone, you get all this shit.
All this shit. You get
temporary hit points.
You don't get the secondary part.
All of us get it, yes.
Everybody
right,
gets
because we were in the group. Yeah.
So everybody gets temps equal to their healing surge value, but you do not get the bonus to saves or the bonus to defenses.
Wait.
Why?
You get 1/4 because the bonus to saves ends at the end of the turn.
Okay.
So to explain this better, so Cloak of Courage, when I told him when he picked up this power, he can either save it and use it in combat, in which case you get both effects, or because of the way temporary hit points work, is they last until you take a short rest. So with Cloak of Courage, you can either get the secondary effect, or you can basically say, I'm going to use it every time I have an option to, and then when I take a short rest, we lose the temporary hit points, I immediately use it again. So it's basically you use it as a short rest power.
Got it.
So that's each person gets their own surge value?
Yes, each person gets their own surge value in temps.
And that's the green circle, right?
Green circle is temps, correct.
Wow, that's a lot of health.
It sure is, brother.
That's like a full 25% for me.
Even more for Jock.
Yeah.
Yes, I believe I'm casting Remorse. Let me remind myself what this is.
Why does his temporary hit points only go up to 30?
I don't know. He makes choices.
Things wrong.
That's a good question.
But like,
I'm casting
Filibuster's-
Remorse on Baylor Husk 1. Where's the button?
It's supposed to go up to your bloodied value is the max.
Mine goes up to 98.
Well, you put it in wrong.
Oh, and then I also get a free guidance of past. 9.
And that Remorse is on the Husk again?
Yes. Oh, I rolled the same roll twice.
Also, my token is wrong. Now, someone correct it. I don't know what's
Does a
going
30 verse will? Oh, I also get to wait, Gary. Do I get to roll? Do I get to roll a third time because of my level 16? So I have guidance of the past, which rolls an extra d20, and then I get the attack. And then do I get to roll again?
So other way around. So you roll twice and take the higher on the initial attack, and then you can roll guidance of the past in addition because it's an extra d20.
Okay, well in that case, should I roll the whole attack again, or should we just take the second one in sequence?
I would say roll the whole attack again until you can make your macro roll twice, take the higher for all the d20s.
You gotta tell me how to do that. And I'll do it.
You did something very similar to it with the keep thing earlier.
What do you mean? Oh, yeah.
That.
Got it. Okay. Well, the higher is 30, which means I'm dazed.
I mean, dazed. 30 is a hit, so you're not dazed, right?
No, because you said I roll twice, take the higher, and then guidance of the past applies. And guidance of the past says if both are
Dazed.
the same, then I'm dazed.
You're dazed from a different thing that dazes yourself. Yes,
Yes.
you did actually hit with your power.
I did. So he's Vuln 10, and he is dazed.
You're so happy to give out daze, you even give it to yourself.
And then that is my turn. I used. Well, I guess I could. Well, I can't minor because I am dazed. So, yeah. Go on.
All right. Drock, you're up.
Yeah. I can only have one stance, right?
Yes. One stance, one form, one polymorph.
All right. So I'm gonna use this guy. I don't think there's no bonuses. Oh, wait, there is. One sec. Damage. Yeah. Okay. Wow.
That is a lot of red.
That's a lot of red.
Please hit the husk one if able. Okay. So miss does half damage and the target is slowed. So it does 10 damage.
Unfortunately, I cannot re-roll your attack at this moment.
Honestly, my attack isn't really worth anything. It's mostly the stance I want.
Slowed save ends. All right. He has done the thing.
How do I mark myself with the cold resist?
Also, for the record, it's not a stance, but
Yeah, it is. Is it not?
definitely not. When you look under where it says stance, it says polymorph. So it is a polymorph.
So does that mean I can also do my inconstant location with it?
If a constant location is a stance, then yes.
1 sec, now I gotta check that.
Learning.
Yeah, I never use, because I thought we went through this once and I got told no, I can't do both.
Harry makes up rules as we go.
Constant location is a stance. The rule is you can have one stance, one form, and one polymorph.
So I can
have
bitter ice
each if you want.
and inconstant.
Yeah, you could do the two together if you wanted to.
Okay, cool.
But if you phrase the question of can I have these two different stances at the same time, the answer is no. I can't read your mind to know that when you say stance, you mean a different word.
Well, no, I know that. I just, for whatever reason, I thought the other one was.
That's fine.
Anyway,
Right.
whatever. Okay, so the other one was just clicking for information, not actually using it, but cool.
Yep.
So I've done that. What I want to do for my minor is something new, and I just feel it might be handy in this battle. I want to do this. Teleport trigger. So set up, 4 teleport triggers?
I don't have. You don't have the name of the power.
I clicked the button. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working. 1 sec. Like I said, I've never used this.
What is it called?
Anyway, teleport trigger.
Is it called literally teleport trigger?
That's what I wrote down.
It is. I have never seen this power.
That's awesome.
It looked fun.
You're going to provoke an attack of opportunity when you do this. If you don't move away from.
I have
this
never
open.
seen Drock care about those in my life.
So like that's a question for you. Do you care if you provoke an attack of opportunity?
Not really, no.
All right. Well, what I just did, where I drew a box, you're going to draw 4 shimmering teleports in unoccupied squares within range. Each teleport trigger lasts until the end of the encounter until expended. Whenever you and an ally enters a square containing a teleport trigger, they can spend a trigger as a free action to teleport 5 squares. Okay. Well, where do you want to put the triggers?
Oh, I have no idea.
You figure that out on your turn at some point. Draw on the map.
Yeah.
Is there anything Anything you want to spend your movement on?
No, I'm good where I am for now.
Oh no. Here come the birds.
All right, and definitely yes. Here come the birds. What's our movement speed? What is your skirmish?
Griffle, are you going to want to get into combat or not really?
Yeah, I'm gonna want to get up in their business. If I could have one, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I'll put one kind of in front of you. And if you feel like using it, go for it. And then I want to, like, I'm kind of making them so we can retreat out of the zones, is my initial thought.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So maybe just there, right? So if people are up front, they can either move forward or backwards. But yeah, that was kind of my thought. And then, Gary, sorry, how do I mark myself to the resist cold 5? Which symbol is that?
They're in alphabetical order.
Is it? I don't know what it's called.
Resist starts with R.
Is there one for cold or just general?
I think there's a vulnerable cold, not a resist cold. Might not even be resist in general. But you are polymorph, which is the thing you actually have. Again, you're not in a stance, so we can put the transform thing.
Sure.
So transform 5 is your resistance from your polymorph. So this dude's gonna come up and he flies up, flapping his weird wings, and then he is going to begin making an attack. He's going to make a skirmish. So he's going to lashing chaos chains. He flies to speed, uses spike chain against 3 different targets at any point during the move. Whenever he hits one of the attacks, he does an extra D8 damage for subsequent attacks made. And so he's going to do 1, 2, 3 as he flies along, and he's going to try to land over here.
Sorry, he's doing 3 separate attacks?
He's making 3 separate attacks, yes.
If I lightning rush the first, does that only take the first attack, or does it take all of them?
It takes one of the attacks. So you can choose to lightning rush on an attack on either Philly, Griffle, Philly or Griffle, because the third one's on you.
Okay, I'll try and block Phillies.
Okay. So he'll be here.
Wait, Griffle, what's your AC?
Pardon me?
Also, you're going to take MBAs. So I'm going to smack at you first.
Yeah, because you didn't do the MBA for the provoking, right?
Yep. So 30 for AC. 34 against your AC.
Why do I feel... Hold on. I have the wrong sheet pulled up. I have my level 6 sheet, and I'm like, 25 seems really low.
It says your AC is 32. I don't know if you have any temporary bonuses. Like, I know someone
Just
has the helm.
one. So
Bigger bonuses.
yeah, I think that does hit.
So he does hit you for 19 damage.
And that was the attack of opportunity, right?
Yep. And then, are you sure you don't have any bonuses against opportunity attacks? I feel like you should.
You're right, I do. The 4 against opportunity attacks, plus 4. But I forget what from.
Probably from your Paragon Path.
Yeah, but is that when I'm using the Paragon Path or always?
I don't know if it's only when you move, which is what I'm looking up right now. So, Quicksilver Dance. You gain a +4 bonus to defenses against opportunity attacks, just in general.
Perfect.
Okay.
So
you get combat against this guy because he missed you with an OA. And he does not get temporary hit points because he did not get you. All right, and now he's going to swing at you for when you lightning rush.
Oh yeah, right.
And he's also going to miss you a second time.
Perfect.
Move where you would like to move for lightning rush.
Probably here because they'll kind of intercept, right? And then
that will, yeah.
There's the button I need. Situational. Oh, and actually no, I'm gonna go here because then Philly will be beside me, and I'll get 3 damage bonus.
You are not in range of him if you're hitting him from there.
Oh well, wouldn't he was coming closer for the lightning rush or for his attack, right?
He has reach. He's just smacking Philly with a chain from there.
Okay, I'll go there. It'd be -1 to the damage then. So
Okay.
38 to hit for 21 damage.
38 definitely hits for 21.
Oh, no, it's supposed to be
yeah.
augment 2. I'm just bad at life.
Does augment 2 do more damage? Does it do
No.
a D8 more damage?
Does it? One.
Everybody reaching into the depths of their mind to look for how things work. Yes, it
No.
does an extra die more damage. So I'll take the first die and the second one, so it does 2 more damage.
Okay.
There you go. All right. And he will swing at you.
Yay.
37 versus your AC, which does connect.
Yeah.
So he hits you for 16 necrotic. Flies over here. He's going to provoke an attack of opportunity from you because he is trying to move around.
Yeah. Melee basic. No. 34 for 17.
34 for 17. 34 hits for 17 points of damage. Ow. He's going to fly over you and fly over Griffle since his other target has moved away. And swing at Griffle. No attack bonus. Creature is not granted combat advantage, and he did hit with a skirmish. So 32 versus AC on Griffle.
That's going to be a miss.
Sadness. And then on Morin. No attack bonus. Nobody's granted combat advantage. There is a skirmish. 26 AC, which I don't assume gets even close.
Oh, it gets close, but it does not hit.
So at 4. He's going to fly up. This guy's got the hand. Where's his cancer skirmish? I have not used my button. I have also not used my buttons in a long time, and I've been playing a different game. So do the white marker for that. This guy's gonna fly up. Skirmish. Go for Griffle, Morin, and then the chicken.
Oh, chicken.
So Griffle. 41, I assume, hits.
That is going to hit. Yep.
Morin. I've hit 1 target with my skirmish.
I believe I have a retaliation thing, but I'll let you resolve the.
Oh, no, go ahead. Do your retaliation thing.
Where is it? I have to find it.
The other one that I know is if someone hits or if someone attacks one of your allies, you can heal them.
Gary, sorry. That 37 wouldn't have hit me. So I have 33 base plus 1 from my force shield at the beginning, and then... Oh, no, that wasn't an OA at that point. Never mind, sorry.
Correct.
Oh, no, sorry. It's if the enemy hits an ally. Not me.
So 27 versus AC on Warren.
That will hit me if you'd like to hew.
And he's unfortunately not out of range.
Yeah, he's not in range.
Oh, you have reached 2?
I have reach 1, but I don't have threatening reach, so.
I see. Okay.
And then
do you want your bonus to defenses and attacks, Druck? For
Yes.
24 damage?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I will stop talking to myself.
I just remembered there's a button that these guys have. So I'm going to hit this button for if you get hit with bewildering chains. This is what they do if you get hit with bewildering chains.
Is that what they're doing now?
No, this is just if they hit you with their attack that they're doing. This is what you get, which doesn't affect some people, but is going to matter to Griffle and Druck.
Oh, so now that's on me right now?
Yeah, that's on you because he hit you on his skirmish.
Yay.
And then the one at one of Minnie's companion. No kind of advantage. He did hit a target. 24, I assume, misses your companion.
Does not hit my AC, so it does not hit their AC, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Actually,
this one-
Morin. Sorry, I wasn't really thinking about that. So those bonuses are to the end of your next turn,
Oh, good point.
and your turn's coming up before mine.
It is. Let me double check that.
This one's going to flying charge to here and go after Filibuster.
Till the end of your next turn. Yes.
I'm
Okay.
gonna
So I'll
assume
take the damage for it.
Yeah, we can
that
do
that
it, but not
Well-
this turn, I guess.
Oh, that will hit.
Yeah, 43 AC, I assume, connects for 18 points of damage. And he charged. That's the end of his turn, and it is now Morin's turn.
All right. Okay. So first things first. I kind of like half shudder, steel myself, and then you see darkness just wrapping around me as I
As you use
activate
your
my
scan.
vile resonance. And then, yeah, it is a really
polymorph.
nice polymorph. And then I'm going to. Gotta figure out how to do this.
Wait, I'm confused. Is that polymorph or a stance?
It's a stance.
My brain
Um,
hurts today so much from
Gary,
all of
is
this.
the bewildering chains save ends?
It should be until the target's next turn.
Got it.
Okay.
I reworded the ability because the original ability is they can't take off turn actions, which is dumb. So it's just a -10 to not off turn actions.
I've done all my off-turn actions until my next turn anyway, so I'm good.
Yeah. So unfortunately, I can't curse him because he's not close
But
enough.
you
But
have
what
a thing for
was
that.
that?
I thought you had a thing for that.
I can curse the 2 nearest targets.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So what I'll do is. Oh, I need to look up so many things.
Speed run to combat so we can stop.
I'm very excited about it though.
I am too. Like, I'm
Okay,
joking
yeah.
a lot.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna Vile Resonance. I hit the wrong one. I'm going to Promise of Storm,
Okay.
which is this one. So until the end of my next turn, I'm going to deal an extra 2d8 damage when I hit with a thunder attack.
If
or a
you
lightning
put something
attack.
in it, are you talking to yourself? Because we don't see anything.
Yeah, I did. Promise of Storm. And so now I'm going to attack Valor Husk 1 with the Curse of the Bloody Fangs. My attack mod, I get a +1 to my attack roll. He's dazed, so I get another 2, right?
+2. Mhm.
Okay. So I think I get a +3 to my attacks here. And +4 there. And then an extra 2d8 from my Promise of Storm. So the 43 versus Reflex hit?
Yeah. Yeah. You're
Okay.
good.
Okay. So then it's going to be 54 damage. I'm going to crit. So
Yeah.
54
You automatically crit.
damage. Yeah.
So 74, unless I'm misunderstanding. Right?
Yes. Because I don't think my Promise of Storm gets to double up, does it? Oh wait. He's standing on the ground, right?
He is standing on the ground.
So it's
So
84.
74 to him. Did you add the vulnerability that he already has?
I didn't add the vulnerability.
Okay. So he's vulnerable 10 all. So
84. And then the extra 10 from Promise of Storm is 94.
Okay. Why is it 10? Is there a reason it's 10?
because I roll 2d8.
Right, but you crit, so any rolls are maxed.
Ah, okay. So I didn't know if that counted because the Promise of Storm is I deal 2d8 extra damage.
Yeah, so
Okay,
anytime
so
that anything that you would roll for damage on a hit is maximized on a crit, unless you only roll that on a crit. So like crit dice and things like that don't get maximized.
I see. Okay. So that's 100.
So
84 plus
yeah,
16.
100 damage even.
So that's my
Wow.
minor and my standard.
And hang on, this guy, you see this wave of supernatural rage wash off the creature as you are now aware of one of its abilities, the Rage of the Reaved.
So is it bloodied?
Nope.
Or is it it's that it took
It-
damage from a type that it's vulnerable to?
Yep, it took damage while it's vulnerable. It is currently vulnerable.
Okay. I think then I will I'm gonna teleport back 3 squares, gaining concealment. And then I'm gonna action point. Take my action point. And can you mark the husk with my curse? Not my is cursed by me, has the bloody fangs curse.
I will do my best. I will
Okay,
give it
and
a
then
protected roll that I know is Curse of the Bloody Fangs.
yeah. I will now spear the Skylord in an area that covers both Balor Husks, Zovit 5 and Zovit 1.
Okay. So doing it
let's
like
do that.
bearish.
Yes. Because it's an area burst 4, and I think that gets all of them.
Yep.
All right, 4 targets against Balor Husk 1, I get +3.
Could you hit Zovit 3 as well?
Zovit
Not without hitting you.
3. Not without losing Zovit 1.
Okay. If
So
you
you can.
lose one, then it's not.
So you can hit both of these targets by doing it one to the left. But that does include Drock now.
How much damage does this thing deal?
Wait, I get hit
A lot.
1 and 3?
Yeah. So look where the thing is right here.
Oh,
One and
I
three
see.
are both
Okay.
all the way.
I can tell you how much it does. 2d10 plus charisma, and it has on hit effects that I don't want you to have.
Okay, then yeah, no.
Okay. So Spirit of Skylord, 4 targets, 3, 1, 1, 1, 9. Okay. So 40 versus reflex. Oh, I did the first roll for the Balor Husk. Sorry, it should have. Oh yeah, no, that's right. Zovit 3 is not in there. Okay, so 40 versus reflex, 32 versus reflex, 26 versus reflex, and 35 versus reflex.
The 26 reflex does not connect. All the others all do.
Okay, so 39 damage to each of them.
Do you have doesn't look like you have Promise in there.
I added it individually. Oh, I don't have the extra damage.
Yeah, you don't have the Promise in there.
So it's an extra 5 damage. So 44 damage to each.
Okay. So 54 to this guy. 44 to him.
No.
And
I did
missed
not
the
hit.
Baylor.
Yeah, I didn't hit the second Baylor.
All right.
I believe that's all I've got. But I just want to
Nott's
confirm.
prone.
Yeah. So Valor Husk 1 and the 2 Zovuts are prone.
All of them are prone unless your macro is wrong.
Miss half
Including
damage and no
Valor Husk?
effect. So the Valor Husk 2 shouldn't be prone.
Right.
The effect says targets are prone.
Miss has half
that's-
damage and no effect.
Okay.
Is that right?
It is not a correctly formed macro. I do not know in which way it is not correct.
What would be
Because like an
correct?
effect, and so effect, it like an on hit thing that happens, it would just go after the hit. Effect means that it happens no matter whether whether you hit or miss.
Okay.
So just rename effect to on hit and you're good.
If that's the part that's missing, then yes.
Okay.
So let's see. Hyper shooter and the target's knocked prone. Half damage, the target's not knocked prone. Yeah, so it should just be it. Just where it says the word effect there, just put hit, and then we're good.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a shitload of damage. And Husk number 1, who is dazed, prone, and chain fucked. He's going to start his turn by being very upset. Can he multi-attack from there? I don't think. Ooh, maybe. He can potentially. All right. So he is going to. I mean, he's got 2 targets, and something just hit him with a bunch of divine power. So fuck that thing. From the ground, he is going to swing with that huge flame whip at Filibuster. So he's going to use Demon's Rage and try to do melee 5 and then melee 3. So Blackfire Whip. No attack bonus because he is prone, but also Filibuster is dazed.
I don't believe I take +2 if I'm dazed. So it's probably
Why?
+2. Let me pull it up.
I will trust you that that's the answer, and we'll take 2 off of this attack. Does a 32 hit your fortitude?
Was that 32?
Yeah, 32 versus fort.
That's going to hit me either way, so it doesn't really matter.
Cool. 31 fire and necrotic damage. And he's going to yoink you 5 squares. Yoink. And then he's going to do the second part of his multi-attack, which is the sword. Let's do the -2 in case.
Hold on a
that's correct.
second. How is he pulled?
It's part of the attack.
His whip.
Does it pull you through the teleportation square?
Nope.
No.
He does this.
I don't know. A straight line would go through that teleportation square.
It would.
Non-Euclidean.
I'm just
But you
imagining
have
it
to
pulling
remember
you and then you just disappear.
all these squares make a circle. Because that's how this system works.
Squares make a circle.
All right. Anyways, so yeah, swinging down with the attack. Did I already roll the other thing? No, I didn't, because I got distracted. People were doing things. All right, swing your way. Natural 1, which is good because that could potentially be very painful. And he is dazed, so that is his sole action. He has Demon Fang something on him.
He does, yeah.
What?
Does
what
he
do?
want to? until you save, I can use a minor action once per round to deal 1d10 damage to it and all enemies next to it.
Okay. He would like to save to get out of that.
I would love for him to save to get out of that.
He successfully saves to get out of that.
Oh, that is perfect, because I have something to say about that, which is
You
that I
activate
would
your trap card.
really... What was that?
Go Warlock
You
bullshit.
activate your trap card.
I didn't hear what you said, Gary. I'm sorry.
You activate your trap card.
Yes, I do. With the Dark Reach of Zvut. And I think I'm going to target... I'm going to target... I guess, should I hit... Oh, wait, can I? Yeah, I still can. I'll hit Balor Husk number 2 with Dark Reach of Zvut. I don't have a bonus to it. Yes, I do. I do have a bonus to attacks. And I have a bonus to damage. Does a 38 versus Will hit?
38 versus will definitely hits.
Jesus.
Oh, the enemy's not within 10 squares of me. Never mind. I have extra range, but the effect of that range does not increase.
Sad.
Very sads.
Okay. That power makes no sense if the range doesn't mean the range.
So I agree.
So yes, your range is 13.
I can do it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Balor Husk 1 takes 35 damage.
1 takes 35 damage?
Yeah, because he's the one that triggered.
Oh, okay.
Actually, it's 35 plus 13, so 48 damage. And then it can only transfer to somebody within 3, so it transfers to Zovit number 5.
All right. He is. I can never click on the fucking token.
Is he bloodied now?
The big guy is bloodied. Yes.
I've done almost 200 points of damage to
Wait,
him.
even with the extra hit points he got?
He didn't get them. He didn't hit twice.
Oh, both attacks hit. Okay, got it.
Yeah, both attacks hit. He gets the extra hit
Word.
points. He gets 50 hit points if he can connect with both swings, but he natural won the second one, which made him very sad. Now the DM is going to look and see, is this guy's bloody trigger a free action or not, or is it immediate? It is an immediate, so he cannot do it as it is his turn, which makes him full of sadness. Is the daze that's on him is not save ends because it's from your vulnerable
Remorse.
power, yeah.
It is from Remorse, and Remorse says target is dazed until the end of my next turn.
Cool. That's what I thought. His damage bonus increases to plus 10.
Gulp.
Husk number 2.
Don't get
He does
hit.
not have the problems that the other ones has of getting surrounded and pounded. So he is going to bird-like leap to here.
Bird-like.
So he does technically provoke an attack of opportunity from Griffle. But he has
I will take that.
he does have a pretty substantial bonus to the defenses for this.
Also, Griffle, are you at the
Well.
minus 10? Because I think you and I are both.
No.
Oh, yeah, you got
Get
hit.
hit.
Did you get hit?
I didn't take any damage.
Oh, you're probably good then. I'm at minus 10
I
to.
don't believe I got hit at all. I think he
I-
tried to hit me and failed twice.
I think the only person I hit with that was Morin.
No, and me. I got hit with it.
28 does not connect. So he is going to go here, and then he is going to multi-attack and Demon Rage on the divine target that is right in front of him. So
Oh,
here comes a swing with a whip. Blackfire Whip for
Oof.
35 versus Fortitude.
I have a study that says that he can't hit me when that happens. So that's get destroyed by science.
So mathematical of you.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound very religious.
29, 29 versus AC for the Soul Training Sword.
Okay. That's a miss. That's a miss.
Okay. So just the 33 from the
33.
Blackfire Whip. And I feel like this guy is gonna get is not gonna get a turn of being able to do what he wants to do anytime soon. So he's gonna action point and go after one of many with his multi attack.
Being pulled at all or no?
No.
Melee
can't pull you
5.
through your adjacent one.
Wait, so
So
this counts as melee?
Is a melee attack. Yep.
Okay, wait. I have something to say about that.
Wait. I also have
Melee.
something to say.
Griffle also has something to say.
What would you
Yeah.
like to say? Mine's an immediate
Well, so
interrupt.
can we both do immediates, or is that not allowed? I can't remember.
You can do it as long as they're both the same timing. So as long as they're both immediate interrupts, they're both allowed. But if one is an immediate reaction, you have to wait your turn.
Mine's an immediate interrupt.
Okay, mine's
So in this non-Euclidean world, 2 immediate actions will have to happen sequentially.
Time is also non-Euclidean.
mine is also an immediate interrupt.
Okay, then you can both do them at the same time. Go.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it.
Mine is I can use this power when I'm the target of a melee attack, and I teleport 2 squares.
Nice.
And I'm assuming that anywhere I teleport makes him not be able to melee me, correct?
You have to teleport out of reach.
Oh, I
of the
did.
attack.
Oh, that's rough.
Does that mean he'll target somebody else?
No.
Okay.
It means he can target somebody else with the second part of the attack, but he can't for the first part.
Okay, so and he's
have
reach
missed.
5. Wait, where's my little? So I have to teleport 6 or more squares away from him.
So yes, so you're currently 4 squares away from him. You have to get to here.
Okay, well I teleport 2 squares, so I'll teleport where your
There.
little arrow is. Yep. Boop.
Cool.
And those are my
and-
bracers of escape.
Mighty Hugh misses, so
And then his target has gone away from him, and that's bullshit. So he is going to swing his sword at the person who swung at him, and see if you guys can continue slap fighting one another, missing continuously. No, his slap fight, slap lands. Ooh, for
Okay.
really good roll too.
fuck me.
43 necrotic.
Fuck me.
Make sure you're removing your temp first.
Oh, you have 10 hit points first.
Oh, right. I'll just add 24 back onto that
No worries.
and then remove the temp. Because it's
Thank goodness for Oak of Courage.
yeah, I would have been down otherwise.
I could have sworn. I feel like some of my tokens are missing because I thought there was like a no. There was like a can't do stuff. And I also thought there were an even number of rows on this. It's bothering me a lot. Because I used to have a button that I used to denote that this guy has spent an action point. And I don't see it. It's kind of bugging me. All right, anyways. He's put on his brown pants. He cannot action point again. It is Zovit number 1 who will take a turn to stand and be sad, I think. Yep. He's going to stand up and fly to make sure that he's not in the way of all of the shenanigans. Over here.
Howard.
And Griffle, it is your turn. Welcome to your turn. Would you like to
Okay.
take some damage?
No.
10 points of cold
Oh.
damage in the aura of
Ouch.
supernatural cold emanating from the Balor husk.
Fuck this guy. Okay, you are 6 away. You're 6 away. Okay. I'm going to shift here. And pure glow. Everybody gets a pure glow. I hit everything.
There's no way that damage is correct.
Did you roll bad?
Yeah, I rolled a 1 and a 2.
I think it's literally impossible because you're level 16.
To roll a 1 and a 2?
No, for like so the static damage of pure glow has to be way higher. Right?
Mm.
I don't
Not
know.
my
I
ability.
don't think so.
So you have burning radiance, don't you?
What is burning radiance? Is this
It's your level 16 ability.
what is burning radiance?
Burning radiance. Whenever you hit with a power that has the radiant keyword, the target gains vulnerable 10 to radiant damage until the end of your next turn.
I'm presuming I get that from my Morning Lord?
Yep, level 16 Morning Lord.
Okay. That's I do 6 extra damage if I hit a creature that's already vulnerable to radiant.
Mm-hmm. And you
I think I
apply
probably just
vulnerable.
haven't like
Yeah. So, but you also apply vulnerable when you hit. So you deal 16 extra damage when you hit something that's vulnerable to radiant damage. And if you hit something with one of your radiant powers, congratulations, when they go to take damage, they are now vulnerable radiant.
Okay, excellent. Okay. So everything okay, so I'll fix that up.
Now
That's why I
everything
was
is
like,
vulnerable radiant.
Huh?
Now everything is vulnerable radiant.
I don't think
Yes.
so. No, it's everything she hits is going to be vulnerable radiant.
Okay.
Until the end of
So-
your
I
next
think-
turn.
Enemies that begin their turn in the burst take 10 radiant damage.
Whenever you hit with a
Correct.
power, the target gains vulnerability 10 until the end of your next turn.
Yep. So let's see. Attacks. This is against Will. So miss on the Zovut. Definitely hit on the Baylor Husk. 28.
Oh, I need
On
to roll some
Zovut.
more dice, don't I?
4 is a hit. 27 on Zovut. 2 is a hit. 28 on Baylor Husk is, I believe, a miss. 28. This is Will. That is a miss. And then the next one is a hit, and next one is a hit. No, you actually rolled the exact right number of dice, I think. 1, 2,
Oh,
3.
perfect.
4,
Okay, well
5,
I rolled some spear ones anyway.
6, 7. Yep. You need 7 dice. So you did not hit the first Zovut and the other Baylors. So vulnerable radiant. Vulnerable radiant. All right. And
I
how
like to
much?
think pure glow is just me waving my glow sticks around.
Welcome to the rave. All right, so you did. So actual damage, we did 12 plus 16, so 28 points of damage from pure glow.
And they'll take an additional 10 at the start of their turn. Actually, hang on. No, they'll take an additional 26 at the start of their turn if they're vulnerable.
Jeez.
There we go.
So I think we need Griffle to go first from now on.
Griffle, you've been mandated to the front of the initiative. Actually, you guys have a thing that lets you trade people's initiative.
I
so-
know.
Yes.
We've been putting
I just always
more
assume
in
it's
first.
better to let like Morin or one go first as like the controller or the semi-controller.
Well, if you put vulnerable radiant on everybody, I can make all of my damage radiant.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So total damage was 28. Yep, 28. All right. So let me
Okay.
plug out some 28 damages here.
I'm ready with my action point when you are.
I mean, you can go ahead and take it. I'm just gonna resolve things. I don't think anyone dies or anyone relevant dies or is bloodied. So
Okay. So I'm using Inevitable Strike, which is no action. I essentially get 5e advantage, and if I hit, I do 2d8 extra damage. I also get a power bonus to hit as well. And then I want to twin strike this guy, this dude, the Husk 2. And I'm
Gotcha.
dropping my quarry dice to try to World Serpent's Grasp. I want to knock him down.
okay, so you have you taking a minor action to quarry this guy too.
Yes, sorry. Yes.
Good.
I have my. I'm not worrying about my own safety here. Because I'm probably going to die after this. Just. Where is it? Twin strike. Twin strike. And pew.
Nice.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a crit. That's cool.
That is a crit, and your twin strike.
Yeah.
Is it your weapon, your new weapon? Does your new shiny weapon let you do radiant damage when you attack?
It definitely does let me do radiant damage. Yes.
Oh, so you hit with something that deals radiant. So in addition to all those things, it also
So
does
34
damage.
Jesus Christ. Okay, and then I've got the additional so let me roll the second one.
He is also undead.
Oh, wow, cool.
The
Undead
29
demon.
Okay. So does the 29 the
29 is his
29
AC.
Oh, okay. Well, Inevitable Strike isn't required, but I will do the 2d8. Oh, hang on, no, the 2d8 is maximized because I crit, right? So it's
I
just
think they
16 extra damage. Oh, and I get a ton of shit for critting too. Hang on.
the magic is currently happening. So I'm gonna keep tracking your damage that you're doing.
Okay, so hang on. So we've got
I got
the first. Okay, so both twin strikes plus the vulnerability plus the undead, plus 2d plus 16 from Thinger, and then a melee basic attack from 2 weapon opening as a 35.
Which hits.
Cool. No quarry damage on any of these, obviously.
Yep.
And he's knocked prone as well.
Okay.
I believe that should be everything.
Do you have the rending thing for your weapon?
Rending.
Your artifact weapon does something. I don't remember what levels.
I have only had this for a total of 2 actual sessions that I've played, and neither of those sessions had combat. So I don't know what it does.
So high crit is the first thing. You don't get the other stuff until later. Also, the handout is broken again for reasons known only to the developers of this game. So yeah, you don't have the thing yet that does. Oh no, the critical for Forge Master's Malice, and you make a melee basic attack against the same target.
Oh, cool. I also get another MBA when I'm
get an
bloodied
MBA
as well.
Correct.
Pardon? Okay, so 2 more MBAs.
Yes, please. That's a natural one. That does miss.
Okay,
As
cool.
From the highest of highs. The lowest
So,
of lows.
I
lots
think
of
I'm
things.
still riding the high. I'm good, actually.
All right. And Weaponist Brutal 2 and is high crit already added into your thing? Did you already add in high crit?
No, I did not.
So it's going to do an extra weapon
Is it
damage.
1d10?
Yes. So you need to give me. You crit once, so I need an extra 1d10, please.
1d10 R1.
Does high crit scale with stuff? I think high crit does scale. So it might be 2.
So are you tracking because each individual hit will ping the radiant vulnerability as well?
Uh-huh. High crit
Cool.
does scale, so high crit does 2 extra weapon damage. So I need 1 more d10.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
The high crit does it's 2d10 at 11 to 21.
it's a 10. That's
So that's
fun.
185 points of damage.
That's as much as the ship.
So am I the only one that can't deal damage here?
Well, that
You're a
thing's never
tank.
hit
You're not
anything.
supposed to.
That was a lot of health. He is now bloodied. He gets bloodied
Also,
by
I
the-
gain my action point back because I have a symbol of victory.
Nice.
I don't. Can you give it to your? Oh yeah, you can. You can give it to anyone.
Yes, you can.
Ow. And it is not his turn. So he can actually react and use his
Oh, no.
demonic inhalation. What is the range on this power? I think it's 5. It is. Oh, it's a blast. Ooh. Oh, it's enemies. Okay. So is Filibuster 5 away? Filibuster is 5 away. Well, his demonic inhalation is definitely there.
This is not okay. You're just a bad man.
Hey, I'm learning as I go along, just like you guys. I pay my taxes one leg at a time.
This is starting to feel very familiar, like I've had a dream like this before.
Oh, those are really bad rolls on everyone who is not named Griffle.
Hilarious.
That's very narratively satisfying, though.
Set up
True.
24 on me. Thank
But
God.
he turns to you, and then you see his he brings up his whole body. That sort of bird-like neck that he has expands as he goes and breathes in. His whole body swelling with power as he tries to draw the life and the air out of everything next to him. So he is going to do that, and 24 versus Fortitude on Filibuster, which Filibuster's Fortitude is terrible, but I don't think it's that bad. It's almost that bad.
It is almost that bad.
And then 27 Fortitude against Rock, which I don't even think is vaguely close to hitting.
No.
And then 37 versus Fortitude against Griffle, which hits for 40 points of damage.
I was
And he
destroyed
goes-
by fact and logic.
Typical liberal.
Oh, no.
All right. Yeah, that was Griffle's turn. Hey, it's the end of your turn. You're dying. Would you like to make a death saving throw?
Yeah, I would. I really would. Yeah.
That's a good plan. I like this plan.
Succeeds.
Cool. Nothing bad happens. What if Minnie? It is your turn.
What? I don't
Okay.
like that.
Birds are gonna eat her.
Hang on one sec.
Wait, hang on.
What?
Can I use free actions when I'm dead?
You cannot use free actions while you're unconscious.
Okay, cool.
I can save you. Maybe. If I
We have
unphase
several
with-
people in this group that can heal people.
1, 2. Okay. Does my chicken provoke opportunity attacks?
No.
All right. So chicken's there. Nobody needs to spend a healing surge. So only Griffle has taken damage in this entire combat. Is that correct?
Yep.
Filibuster has 2.
Filibuster has also taken some damage.
Oh yeah.
But Philly's so far away from me. Okay.
Please, very far away.
Don't worry about me.
Do you have a heal that like heals you and will heal Greffel at the same time?
Technically, but I will not use it.
Okay.
Just heal Griffle.
Okay. Well, close burst 10. Hang on. This really changes what I was gonna do. Okay.
If you just step into the aura, then you can heal him.
So what is it? I could change a move to a minor. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Does a chicken moving count as me moving?
He moves when you move. So he moves when you take your movement action, even if you use your movement action to do something else.
So if I use a minor, he will
Yeah.
move.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. It doesn't matter what you
Alright.
do with the movement action. It's when you take whatever that action is when he moves.
Okay. All right. So I have my projected consciousness here, and I've moved the chicken to here. That's my movement action taken as a minor action.
Okay.
Okay. Then, as my minor action, I will cast Healing Spirit from my projected consciousness, which will let Filibuster spend a healing surge. And if he does so, then the chicken will let Griffle regain 3d6 hit points. 46 hit points because I'm level 16.
Yeah, just for you, I will.
Thank you.
22.
All right.
Griffle, are you exactly at 0?
No, I went to. Don't you go to 1 when you heal? Or
Oh,
go
no,
to
you-
0 when you heal?
You go to 0 when you heal. I just didn't know if
Yeah.
the 40 damage had taken you exactly to 0.
Oh no, it had not. No.
Wait, so she doesn't get the
Uh,
3d6 hit points?
She does get the 3d6. So it's not affecting your action. The DM was curious
Oh,
if the attack knocked her to exactly 0.
No, it did
Gotcha.
not. So how much healing?
3d6.
And I said
Is it
4 because you
four?
hit level 16.
Oh, 46. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yes.
46.
46.
Yeah, 46. Yeah.
I'll let you roll it. I don't want to be responsible.
What else are you doing in your turn?
Oh.
Ugh.
Wow, draw.
Oh my
Wow.
God.
Better than nothing. Okay,
It is better
so
than
Okay,
yeesh.
I was mocking you, but I rolled pretty bad too.
I think I have dwarven armor. Hang on.
Yeah, one more than you need for the aura. I'm glad. Okay.
Oh, no, I don't.
Well,
There are a lot of things in potentially burst formation that are vulnerable to radiant damage.
I know. I had this really cool plan and it all went to shit because of healing. So I'm going to.
Sorry,
You didn't necessarily
God.
have to heal
No.
right there, but
I did
mean-
because she'd be dead. No, she's
I mean,
not.
I can heal as well.
You said you weren't gonna heal her.
That is not what I said. You said, "Can I heal myself and her at the same time?" I said, "I
Oh.
am not going to do that specifically."
I get you. Well, I guess I'll just go ahead and cast Dishearten on the Zorvets and the Baylor Husk that are right here.
That's a big power.
Well, I don't know what's happening to the enemies, but the DM is crit by the wall. Yeah. So that's a
Yeah.
bunch of stuff. Do I need to read any of the bottom stuff to leave at the top stuff? Any target a hit, psychic lock, you get a crit on 18 to 20. Plus one
Yeah,
bonus
plus
attack
one if
roll.
it's bloodied. So that
And plus
25 is
one-
a 26.
Okay. So who's this on?
These three.
Okay. So delete this.
Is the
inhalation
chicken
order.
considered an ally?
The chicken is not
Huh?
included in the burst.
The-
Is
But it
the
is-
chicken
is
larger
not an
than
ally.
filibuster?
The chicken, I was told the chicken could not be my ally
Yeah,
specifically
the chicken
for the
is a
purpose of
conjuration, not an ally.
coordinated explosion.
Yes, it's a conjuration, not an ally. It's also not able to be in the burst. So all of those things are making it to where this is will. So 29, 37, and 25. So that's a hit on on the two Zovets and a miss on the husk.
But it's really 26 because it's bloodied.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
and I have
that's-
combat advantage on the first turn of my turn, which this is the first turn of the combat. So
28.
all of those are two higher. Sorry. 28.
So 28 means that you're getting closer, but still not a hit.
Okay.
And are you converting any of that damage to radiant, or is it actually psychic?
Yeah, I mean, I think the assumption is it will always be radiant. It's both, right? Or is it? Do I have to pick?
It is. I just at the top it says radiant and psychic, and then at the hit line it just says psychic. So I'm just double checking that is.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't.
It's
Yeah.
fine. Did you include the extra vulnerability or no?
No, I didn't.
So 10 extra vulnerable. So this guy, so they take 33 each. Yeah. Hit deals 23 or 18. I don't know what the
I have
how do
gloves.
I know some of those to take?
The higher one.
Oh, because you get to roll twice and take the higher?
Yeah.
Gotcha. 23. Oh, it should be 33 because just said that. Yep. All right. And they are psychic locked and very sad. Psychic lock, -5 to hit. All right. Taking a bunch of damage, -5 to hit, have psychic lock. Anything else?
No, that's it.
All right. Zovet number 5 is depressed as a standard action. He begins his turn. Hey, Griffle, I'm starting my turn.
Yeah.
What sort of sadness occurs?
Oh, yeah. They all take 20. Anyone that got hit takes 20 radiant damage. Anyone that didn't get hit takes 10.
What does your boon do?
Boon.
What's the wording on your alternative reward, the sun blessing?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's if you deal damage to a target that has radiant vulnerability. Is that what the extra 6 is from?
Yes.
So they all take 26 points of damage. So he begins his turn and dies. Filibuster, it's your turn.
Yes.
Okay. I save against daze.
You take 10 points of damage.
I don't save against daze. Oh, I'm gonna use my free action from using my action point to move.
Are you days save ends?
What?
Oh, never mind. Sorry, go ahead.
I've improved.
No.
Superior
Go ahead. Sorry.
Mr. DM, you're supposed to know how to play this game.
Hey, Mr. DM is asking why didn't you take your 10 points of damage for you?
I did.
Your turn.
Just now.
Okay, carry on.
This guy's fake.
Just ask if he's using Lessons of the Past or Guidance of History.
I don't even know if it's intentional anymore.
Gary, is the aura when I enter?
When
or
you
just
start
when
your
I start my turn there? I don't know. It seems like a bad idea, anyways. To be honest. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that to myself.
Don't forget you can use the teleport squares, the purples. If you
That's
need
not
to.
what I'm worried about.
All right.
I'm gonna use my free action, free movement to move here. And then I'm going to Tree of Creation. Is everything larger than me, Gary?
Yes. Except for the chicken.
I'm not worried about chicken. 3, 4. This is a burst 3, so I'm hitting Zovit 3, Zovit 4, Zovit 2, and Valor Husk 2.
Is there a reason you don't want to hit both of the Balors?
Because to do that, I would have to stand in both of their auras. Is that
Okay.
or? Well, it seemed risky. I don't know.
You can do whatever you
Oh,
want.
but I guess these. Wait, the vulnerable 10 doesn't stack with the vulnerable radiant, right?
It does not stack. Vulnerable does not stack with vulnerable specific. No. So they'll both take vulnerable 10 from all your nonsense.
Okay, I think this is the same number of targets. No, it's not. I lose Zobit 2 and Zobit 4. I kind of just want to get rid of all the Zobits too. Doesn't that also do a lot?
Yeah, I mean, you can. I'm not against it. I'm mostly making sure because sometimes with the tokens being big, it's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah,
how many
I
squares
measured
are
a
up
bunch.
there.
I measured a bunch.
I'm just making sure that you know that there is a spot you could stand to get both of them because they are big
Yeah.
tokens. But if you want to be over here to get all the Zobits, I also understand. So 30 versus Will hits Zobit 3, and I need more attacks, please.
Second. There we go. There's a 30. And these have the dual rolls too. There's a crit.
So 34 to Zobit 3. And then this guy takes 44. He is very bloodied. Zobit 2 explodes.
Oh. Hold on a second.
And
Wait.
then,
Zobit 3. Yeah. Zobit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. I
and
was
then
thinking
the
about
Husk is the one that gets the 38.
38. Yes.
38 is a hit for 44 points of damage, which burns away all of his temporary hit points and does a little bit of hit point damage to him.
Where's the 44 coming from?
You're
Vulnerable
dealing
10
30 vulnerable 10 radiant.
Oh, that's not a crit. Sorry. Got it. Sorry.
When did he get the temporary hit points? I thought he missed with all of his double attacks.
He hit Griffle.
He hit Griffle a lot.
He hit Griffle with the inhalation. So he did the and then that went.
Twice. Yeah.
I missed reading that one. Okay.
So there's the attack that he hit with. If you look, when this attack hits, it deals damage, and he gains temps equal to the damage dealt.
So everyone in my zone gets 2 to will and resist 5 psychic. I don't think the psychic matters. Yeah. Oh, and then so that's all I can do because I'm dazed. Do I get another save at the end of my turn?
If your day save ends, yes. If you're not day save ends, no. But I think it automatically ends at the end of your turn, anyways. So.
Oh yes, you're correct.
So you don't get a save, but you don't have it either. So pluses and minuses. Drak, welcome to your turn. Take 10 points of damage.
5.
And by that I mean take 5 points of damage.
Dang, everyone has such cool turns. I feel like my turns are sucky. That whole Zovit thing, the -10, that ends my turn, correct? So that's done now?
Wait, did Zovit 3 not get hit?
It did. I think
It
that's
did
the
get
first
hit.
bit of damage it took there.
Yeah, it didn't get hit. It did not get hit, but the pure glow, so it didn't get destroyed when something else tapped it lightly with radiant.
Got it. Well, it's about to be. So.
Bad track.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to go here. I'm not going to use the teleport trigger. That's an optional thing to use. I reread the power. So I'll leave that for another time. I'm just going to go here. I'm going to hit Valor Husk 2 with my inconstant location attack, if I can find the button. I've lost all my buttons. Move. I see the move part. There it is. Are there any attack bonuses to this guy right now?
No. If you do radiant damage, there's a bunch of bonuses, but
Yeah, no, sadly not. He is bloodied though, right?
He is
so
bloodied.
40 to hit for 24.
40 definitely connects. 24 points of damage. Whoa. What?
Yes.
I hit minus 24 and it set his hit points to minus 24. No, that's not how that works.
Oh, no, that's perfect. I'll take the kill. No problem. Don't
Anything else?
just trust roll 20 wholeheartedly. Yeah, I'll do my minor as Balmind's Demand, just to mark him, so he's marked. And then I will end my turn within constant location, teleporting, which gives me partial concealment.
Did you teleport one further to be closer to Zovit 4?
In constant is only 2 spaces.
Okay.
I mean, he could. He doesn't want to.
What if you used your teleportation thing?
I think so. I mean, I don't mind using the teleportation thing at the end, but the power specifically says when you enter the square, you can use it. So I don't know if Gary would let me use it later.
You can't use it later, but there's no reason you couldn't have just teleported here first and then made your attack.
True. Yeah, okay, yeah. No, think about that. I would do that because I do want to be beside both. So I'll stay there then. And then, yeah, Gary, can you mark Balor Husk 2 for my mark?
Yep. Zovit 4 starts his turn and explodes.
Beautiful.
Zovit 3 begins his turn and takes 10 points of damage. I'm alive! He's alive, and he is not at all happy about the prospects of whatever the shit just happened when people just got destroyed by... Man, have these guys not taken a single melee attack yet? Okay. I guess they've only been hit on their own turns. That's annoying. All right. This guy has a skirmish, so he's going to try to skirmish and then get the hell away from this pure glow. So let's go here and then swing it at one of many. Swing at Filibuster, swing at Griffle. So bam, bam, bam.
Thank you, man.
So first swing, so he's going to do the skirmish ability, and he's going to make a melee basic attack on one of many.
Ouch.
33 AC.
That will hit.
On Philly. Oops, wrong button. Nova. Oh, you're not dazed.
Wait, where is he? Sorry.
He's attacking
where
your
you now.
conjuration.
He's
Oh,
hitting your conjuration.
gotcha. So it's just
Philly.
gone, right?
Yep, poof. 25 misses. Last swing is on Griffle. No bonus, because he just... he'll move forward to get combat advantage. Because... Oh, is the other guy dazed? No. He'll move forward to get combat advantage. Because this is the target that actually scares him. Attack bonus 2. Creature is bloodied. Yeah. And he did hit one target. 35 AC.
On me?
On you, yeah.
Yeah, that hits.
And then 37 damage, and he's going to meep over here. Filibuster, what does your aura do? It does something?
It's just plus will. That's the important thing.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Each enemy in it takes 3 damage. 3 radiant damage. Wait, where's the... Oh, that's when I sustain it. So that's on my turn. So that's for me to worry about. So it's just Will.
Okay. So Griffle takes 37. Is a significant amount of the negative. And then it is Morin's turn.
37,
Alright.
did you say?
37.
Yes.
Yeah.
27.
37.
30. Okay, thank you.
It's
Oh, boy.
37. Okay, so I'm going to begin my turn by cursing both Valor Husks. Can I get a fancy little purple marker on them? Perchance?
Mayhaps.
Perchance to dream? And now I will activate my... Well, actually, I don't know that I need it right now. I'm not gonna do that. What I am gonna do is... So it was a minor. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna teleport forward. What's burst 2? It's 3. That's too far. Okay, I'm gonna teleport 1, 2, 3. Can I go here?
You're not showing your
You're not.
thing.
Oh.
Yeah, you're not showing me anything.
Is that...
That is a space. It's hard to see
Okay.
under all of the.
Yeah. And do I still have line of sight to Valor Husk 1?
No, you would be going straight through the tree. Oh, but he's really
Okay.
big. You have line of sight to like the lower parts of him. Yeah, you could do this.
Okay. All right. So I can see him. Excellent. So then I'm going to cast Crown of Stars
And
on
so
him, I believe.
you will be. I mean, unless you have a thing that stops it, you're going to be taking a penalty to hit because he's prone.
Ugh. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna hit. I'll hit Valor Husk number 2, I guess.
Okay.
With Crown of Stars. I do have advantage against him because he's cursed, and I am
Everyone
concealed.
focus all their damage on Baylor Husk number 1, but Griffle took her turn against number 2, so number 2 has taken more damage.
Yeah. So this is, let's see, +3, the +2's there. And then how vulnerable are they to radiant damage? +10. Okay, so this is a +15. And then I am going to use my gloves on this. I'm going to use 2 charges of my gloves. I'll just have to add them in separately. Okay, so that's this.
Are you using promise or no?
No, it is. Wait.
No, it's not until the end of your next turn.
Okay, so yes, I am. So it's going to be a 32 versus reflex.
32 reflex hits.
Okay, so then it's the damage is going to be 45 plus 12 plus 11 and one more plus 7.
$75.
Radiant, psychic, lightning, acid damage.
He's resistant to cold.
Excellent.
Whatever.
And then because I hit him, I'm gonna follow it up, and the spear will knock him to the ground. So he is now falling to the ground and immobilized. Save ends.
Mobilize. Save ends. And he has a ginormo bonus to damage rolls. Well, just 10. So.
So that was move, minor, and standard. Thank you.
Baylor Husk number 1. He begins his turn. He takes is Griffle damage. Griffle damage is 26, yes?
Does it still go even if I'm dead?
Yeah.
Okay.
They have to actually kill you for the power to go away. You're just unconscious. That hurt.
This is some for real bullshit. I love it.
He is still prone. Huh. Does he have... Oh, he does have a ranged action. That's the obvious choice. Stand up. What is this? What is this range attack? Real questions here. Oh, right. So he stands up. He gestures at Filibuster with his sword. And then a beam of absolute cold fires from the sword at Filibuster.
Don't do that.
This is potentially quite painful. Please do not roll well. 33 versus your will.
No, because of Tree of Creation, he does not hit me. Perfect. Let's go.
That's he would really like if he could hit something with that, because he would like some
Let
hit
me
points.
double check that that's correct. Actually,
Is
I
Tree
know
of
it does will,
Creation
but it might
only
be
your ally?
specific. +2 power bonus to will.
You and each
ally.
Yep. You and each ally, so it does affect you. So he's going to action point. But on Brown Pants, do that again, because he'd really like some temporary hit points.
Question about Gary. Lightning Rush. Could I use my teleport trigger as part of the movement for Lightning Rush?
You could, but the trigger is still 5 away, so that he's still too far away to trigger Lightning Rush.
Oh,
Right?
Yep, thank you.
So yeah, action point and Steel Vitality on Filibuster. That's gonna hit.
What is that roll? Okay, I'm gonna use Cloak of Displacement.
Reroll. Okay. I'm gonna ignore the damage thing just to get the reroll in there. He rolled, as we've established, is a miss.
I'm gonna go here.
Boink.
Let's fucking go.
That's it for his turn. The other husk. He is immobilized. Is he prone and immobilized or just immobilized?
Just immobilized.
He wants more people in the auras. Morin is a thing that can be in the aura, but is not. So he's going to multi-attack on Morin. Drock, do you have an opinion?
Yeah, I'll Lightning Rush that.
Thank you.
Thank you, kind sir.
He's bloodied.
Mm-hmm.
So I get 4 from my gauntlets and 3 from gang ups for 7. 37 for 37.
37 to 37.
37 for 37. Dead.
Oh,
I would like
thank heavens.
I would like to curse the remaining 2 Zavoots.
Zoot.
Just kidding. He's not dead. He explodes first.
Oh, no. Drop, what have
Bad for
you
you guys.
done?
He might not. It is. So he did the demonic exhalation when he got bloodied, and he does the death implosion when he dies, and it is a no
Implosion.
action.
Yeah, implosion.
It is a no action, so he can't actually use it when he dies on his own turn. His close burst 5.
Shit.
Goodbye, Griffle.
It's nice knowing you.
Oh.
We'll resurrect you.
We'll
Oh
try to
my
resurrect
god.
you.
I can't believe Drock got you killed.
Hey, we've all been there.
I was trying to save you more, and this is your fault.
I appreciate it.
Oh no. Oh.
Ooh.
Wow. Wait.
Oh, that's rough that the crit is on you.
No,
That's
it's
it.
not.
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck.
oh yeah. The
Because
was it not
the
Chicken
the
doesn't
chicken
count.
can't be attacked by burst attacks, only melee and ranged attacks.
Fuck.
So a 40
40
against my fortitude?
Yeah.
Okay. I might have a way out of this.
I'm
He misses
fully
me.
dead.
You are fully dead.
I am not. There's no way I'm getting out of this.
32 versus your will, filibuster.
30. Wait, fortitude.
Fortitude.
Or does he get will?
Fortitude. No, fortitude. Sorry. 32 versus
Oh, man.
fortitude.
If it was will, we were about to have a conversation. 34 damage?
Yeah.
Oh, it pulls.
Yeah. Pulls into the square where he dies because it's an implosion. You just...
Did it hit Philly?
32 fort hits him, yeah?
It definitely hit me.
Definitely hits.
Did 30
The
hit
30
drop?
fortitude against
No.
Drock probably does not hit. And then sadly the chicken is immune. And then the critical hit on Griffle is death because that is 69 points of damage.
Nice.
Eh,
But also not nice.
It's the way I would have wanted to go.
I have a sunbeam. All the demons. Fuck you. Yep, that is unfortunate. Zova number 1.
The morning lord says good night.
The Zovit sees that one of the husks died and everything near it didn't. And he's vulnerable to radiant and is unhappy about everything in his life. He is going to skedaddle.
Are the Zovits like the Giga Chads or the husks?
The husks are the main threats, and the Zovits seeing the husks die have a chance to flee, and that guy very much very much failed his check to stay around. He rolled 8.
The husks aren't aberrant, are they?
They are not. They are undead demons. One of many. It is your turn.
Okay. Well, I guess, let's see. I'll move up. And I guess I don't know. Are we even worried about this guy? We want him away from us. I'll do,
Please hit him.
is he close to dying? Is he,
He
or
should
is he's like
be
only just
hurt.
bloodied?
He
should be hurt.
He has been very bloodied. He is about to lose his vulnerability. He has lost his vulnerability to radiant because Griffle is gone.
Okay. Then I will do my living missile upon him. And I guess, let me see one thing real quick. Yeah, okay. So it's a 24 versus his fortitude.
That does not get anywhere close to connecting.
Okay, so he's slowed. And then I will use living missile attack to attack the Zovit 3. So I will
26 does not connect as well.
Okay. Well, slide him over. So he falls prone. And I do, it's 27, if that makes a difference.
It does not.
He's bloodied. Okay.
So you guys use him as a living missile even though you missed your first attack?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Does it doesn't hit the little guy either? 27?
27 does not hit the little guy.
Alright. Well,
It is close, but not quite enough.
okay.
So it's half damage. This guy takes 7.
Okay. Do you guys think it's worth it for me to action point?
We have a
I
lot
will
of
say that-
turns, but I can't do much at range.
I will say that even though you guys, whirlwind slam dunk the skill challenge, that did count as an encounter. So at the end of this encounter, you will gain an action point.
Oh, okay. Well then, yeah, I'll action point. And I have in my dice of auspicious fortune a 13 and a 15. So I'll just use those to make sure that both of these guys are saved.
I think you can only use one of them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the using the dice thing is an encounter power.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. All right. Well, I'll use the
Yeah.
I'll use the 15 on the big guy. Oh, it's
Okay.
1.
So you mean attack? When I'll just take the first roll on the attack to be. Oh no, I'll
A
just say the
15.
first one is a 15, and then the second one will be whatever it actually rolls.
Yep.
So the first one is definitely a hit, and this is versus Will. The 27 will hit.
Okay. And it's 24 damage. And they are psychic locked and sad.
It did it again. Even with the same number.
What did?
It changed his hit points to negative 24 when I subtracted 24. Which is annoying. But luckily I remember what his hit points were. They're sadness, save ends. Ooh, you missed the big Baylor with your I don't know if it's a matter as much, but
What?
the big Baylor, when you did your disheartened last time, you missed him, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And because that was an action point, something or other happens. Ah, yes. Until the end of my next turn, attacks against either of these guys will crit on a 19 or 20. That's for all of you.
Yep. Bill, you're up. Can you finish these things off before they explode and kill you?
Mm,
The Baylor Husk is also slowed because of
that's fine.
missile.
What distance?
Yep.
Yep.
Perfect.
Okay.
I'm just gonna thunder a. Wait. They're not naturally vulnerable. Vulnerable. Anything?
You don't know. They've had vulnerable all or vulnerable radiant for basically the entire encounter.
Oh, okay. Well, that's okay. I'll just thunder of judgment on. Well, yeah, I think dazing him is probably pretty smart, or attempting to. Is this considered a separate encounter from the previous one? AKA, can I have this guidance of the past again?
You got into the past already on your other.
That is
On
with,
the-
was with my action point, Gary.
Oh, was it free? Okay, then sure.
Okay.
And yes, it is
do
a
I get
different encounter
-2
from
'cause
the
he's
skill challenge.
prone? That -2 on Baylor Husk 1 because he's prone.
Correct.
Okay. I see. I see what's happening here. -2. Oh, and I'm going to use Guidance of the Past on the roll for Baylor Husk 1.
Okay.
Okay, so 30. Well, yeah, 38 versus
That's a
Baylor
crit.
Husk 1.
You crit.
Oh, and I crit. Okay. Do they both crit? Because it's a multiple.
No. The 16 does not crit.
What? We're getting 16.
The 37 versus
Oh,
4?
because it's 19. Sorry, 19.
It
19
crits
on
on
the
a
die from
19.
her power.
Sorry, I misunderstood. Okay. So Baylor Husk 1 takes 20. Yeah, 20, 32. 32 damage. Oh, and then actually 33 because he's larger than me.
He is in fact larger than you. The other guy takes 18.
18. And they're dazed, and I will push them both. Get him away from me.
Get the gun.
So, Brock, I'm going to ask you to delay for a second, unless you have a reason that you would like to go before Morin, because mostly I just need to know if Morin can finish this thing off from range.
Yeah, I can delay.
I refuse to get. I'm just kidding.
Your range is 13.
Yeah. My range
push
is
him
13.
3?
You could go range 5, just to get close, make sure it lands, right?
Yeah, I that is correct. I could do that. But instead, yeah, I should teleport in and do my close burst.
That's right. I see no problem with this. No downside.
It's just a question of which power is going to do more damage. I think it's that one. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna hit him with his pain is my pleasure.
Oh wait, what I could have healed.
Well, you can still heal. So you can take your turn, do whatever you would do to heal on your turn, and then Morin can do his thing. You could just type it out.
Myself. I'll heal myself.
So he's prone, which means I have a lower chance to hit.
So it's a wash. So he's granted combat advantage, but prone. So +2,
Okay.
-2, you're normal.
If I get 2 sources of combat advantage, do I get extra?
It doesn't matter.
All right. And then damage modifier is, I think, just 5 on this one because of.
Yeah, you can make a move a
Yeah.
minor.
Does that hit?
+2.
Definitely hits. The second one
both
doesn't
hit?
hit. That matters.
The 31 does not hit.
The 31 reflex. Oh, the 31 reflex does hit. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. So it's going to be 33 damage plus 9 is 42 damage.
Okay.
And I regain 4 hit points.
You should be at full now.
He is still alive.
It's it crits on a 19 or 20.
Mm-hmm.
Not an 18. Okay. I don't think I have a minor. Oh, yes, I do. Silly Josh. I'm gonna teleport 1, 2. Wait, do I need to teleport? No, I
You
don't
could
need to
walk,
teleport.
unless your legs have atrophied quite that far.
I will teleport anyway. But I don't need to teleport to get in range for my Crown of Stars. So I'll hit him with the Crown of Stars. Is he vulnerable radiant at all?
He is vulnerable radiant.
What is
He's
his
vulnerable
vulnerability?
5.
Vulnerable 5. Okay. So it's gonna be 12 damage.
31 does
Assuming
hit
a
his
31. It does?
It does. Yeah.
Okay.
Wait.
Yep. So
If he's vulnerable 5 radiant, does that mean pervasive light would have done 5 extra damage, Gary?
If you have pervasive light, then yes.
I do.
Did you give him the 5 extra from Midas Hearten?
Do you also have pervasive light? No, you've got
but I do.
It's radiant. Yep. So he is now taking 10 extra damage.
okay.
He is still alive. It is a triumph.
can't kill him. I can't do it, y'all.
Drock, it is your turn.
All right.
Finish
Get in
him.
there, buddy.
Surge plus 14. Oh, I'm at full health.
Let's see.
I mean, he's slowed and he can't hit us. You also could just hang out.
Yeah.
I mean, he has range
That
attacks.
sounds risky.
Well, you could just back up. If you don't want to
Yeah,
get hit, just move out the way.
Just leave me out there. That's right.
No. I'm gonna at least.
Did you not have
up.
movement left? You could have moved.
I'm gonna move.
Do you still have winged weapon? Is the real
Yeah,
question.
that's exactly what I was gonna use. So I'm gonna use winged weapon, and then I just don't really know which winged weapon wouldn't really work with rebounding dance, right? So the only one I could really do is Spectral Legion.
I mean, rebounding dance is a melee attack, so yeah, I don't know why it wouldn't work.
Oh. Okay, one sec. I need to see which one does more damage.
Augment 2, rebounding dance probably does more damage, but I don't actually know. That would be my guess.
Yeah, probably. Okay, so I'll do that. All right, so rebounding dance, augment 2. Do I have any attack bonus to him?
Yes. No. I was gonna say yes, but it's because he's dazed, but he is also prone, and you're making a range attack, so no.
But it's a melee. Okay, so 4, 6 bonus damage. 36 for 30 damage.
That is not quite enough.
Oh my god.
Okay, hold on then.
Wait, you do radiant damage too, don't you?
No.
Nope, he is.
Valor has a special ability where if no allies are on the field, he cleanses all debuffs and gets an action point.
That would be terrifying.
I don't, even if I action point, I don't really have any other way to do a range then, do I?
Nope.
What good were all the elves if they're not even here to finish him off?
Sorry, what were you saying, Gary?
I was saying you are a melee character, so that is what you do.
My one range. Okay.
Feel free to walk in there with your full health.
Yeah, you have like 150 hit points. I think you're
And
gonna
you
be
also
okay.
have an action point.
But the problem is if I action point, I can't get to him and attack because I used rebounding dance to make that attack.
Oh, I see.
Had I done a different one, I could have used rebounding dance to get in.
But when you action point, you get to move.
Do I?
Can't you just move? Can't you move north 1 square and then teleport to him?
Yeah, when you action point, you shift 5 squares.
Oh. We'll action point then. One sec. Where's my card?
I'm dying. This is hilarious.
I really want to kill this guy. All right. So do that, and then, God, my attacks just aren't very good. But whatever. I will spectral
He only
lead.
has like 10 health.
Hanging on by a thread. If you hit him, he will die.
If. All right. So
And
now do
then-
I have an attack bonus?
That's
Yes.
the problem.
Plus 2 to hit. He's granting combat
34
advantage.
for 34.
He is dead. He is going to make his death attack at a -7.
You tricked him into walking closer.
This idiot walked into the danger.
And he crits you.
Oh, but only for 65.
Not even half your life. What a wimp.
Well, it's so my 65 plus.
Does-
I've
does-
hit Drock for more damage than that.
Does 35 hit your fortitude is the real question. I think it does.
Yeah.
I assume it does.
Doesn't a crit always hit?
Yes, but if he crits but he doesn't hit, then it doesn't do max damage. So he take 41 instead of 65.
Oh, okay.
Normally, it's really well. Actually, he should be at minus. Sorry, I didn't include psychic lock
Oh,
or
yeah,
the fact that
psychic.
he's prone. So he should be at -4. So does 31 hit your fortitude?
No.
Okay, so it means he automatically hits with the natural 20, but does not crit. So the crit does not confirm. You take 41 cold. So you get back 24 hit points.
Oh, so I barely got touched.
So
Yeah.
here's the real question for you guys. You've lost somebody. You've made it across the bridge. You've made it into where you need to be. You can see that what they were guarding is this ancient, partially broken symbol on the ground that looks to be an old seal. But you have lost someone. Do you have the capacity to bring her back? Or are you going to have to withdraw and resurrect your fallen ally?
Do we have the capacity to bring her back?
Don't we have the ritual table on the ship?
On the ship, yeah.
That's what he means by withdraw.
But it's
Yeah.
not like it doesn't. We don't have to like do it within a minute. Don't we have like 24 hours or something?
Do we have 24 hours?
Yeah, just
Just
cut my head
there?
off. It's fine.
So,
Yeah,
so that's
like
the question,
give her the
right?
Gelthak.
I don't think you guys have an immediate way to bring her back to life. So
No.
the options are to try to finish the mission without her, or to go back and bring her back to life. And then
Do I get a say?
I think it's important that Foxy gets to say yeah.
I do think it's important that Foxy gets to say.
I think you should continue on. I think this is a golden opportunity that does not come around very often. Like, you don't know that you're going to be able to leave and then come back to this place again. So just cut my head off and take me with you.
Is that all we
You
need
weren't
per
the
head?
party member I wanted to kill, Griffle.
Whoa! Who
Yeah.
do you want to kill?
Me.
Filibuster.
He wants to kill anybody
So-
who's part of a religion.
You want to kill
could give her a
Philly.
little.
Really,
Philly
really
wants
Give
to
her a little
kill
stab.
me.
I don't want to kill anybody.
that's not true.
I just want you to
So-
accept the adversary as your Lord and Savior.
Virtue signaling much.
Wow. So we are getting at the end of this is normally end of session time, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Correct.
Cool. So let's resolve the decision at the end. There is an obvious way forward. Can the DM make the map do the thing it's supposed to do, or is the map going to break?
Okay. So before we decide, though, how long do we have? Like, if we take Griffle's head, how long do we have?
30 days.
Oh.
Oh, not 24 hours?
You
No.
guys got heaps
The
of
return policy is very good in this game.
Yeah.
It's very generous.
But then the other question I had, if we get to the Winter Queen, Griffle was who was the one that was untainted that was like gonna actually talk to her?
I
Warren
think
or Griffle.
Griffle.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, if we just bring Griffle's head and be like, she wanted to talk to you, I don't think that's a good.
I'm sure stranger things have happened.
We've been on a long mission to bring our friend to speak with you. She really wanted to speak with you.
You're gonna need to resurrect her first.
I mean, that's a weird entrance.
No, I think the Queen's seen weirder shit.
Yeah.
Almost guaranteed.
Okay, but the summer night coming with the head of someone that wanted to talk to her.
That's pretty funny.
Well, you're just gonna
Well, I
stand
was-
in the back.
You're
Wow.
gonna hide behind all of us.
Yep,
Yeah.
pretty much.
So
I don't know that we should have bought Jock in the first place, to be honest.
Yeah, it should be my head on the platter. Be like, we came, we killed the summer night.
Yeah, we bought you the summer night.
ugh.
You could go back to the ship and res her and hide.
What if we split the party?
Yeah, what if we split the party?
Yeah, I'll take
What could
Griffle back to
possibly
the
go wrong?
ship, but I can't do
Rock's
the
not
ritual. But
Just,
Haderach can do the ritual.
Yeah. Just
Yeah,
everybody
right,
cut off your pinky real quick and we'll just trade. So
If
If we
something
need it.
happens. Yeah.
yeah, we can resurrect you.
I learned this trick from Ra's al Ghul.
Yeah.
Why
No,
aren't we
no,
all
no,
leaving our pinkies on the ship in one of the portraits?
I mean, that's
I
what the
mean,
Legion does.
I don't know why you think that we
I
haven't.
don't. Every
I
time
wiggle
Kelly's
my
might
9
have been
toes.
resurrected, she's been putting another finger in the portrait.
Toes. I've got toes all over Sulban.
She who shall
Oh
not
my
be
God.
named.
I mean, I've hidden 11 of them around the place.
You take that back.
11 times 11.
Oh my
Well,
God.
well, so I do want to know what the decision is here, because like you could legitimately send Drock and Griffle back, and the three of you press on. If
I
that is
think it's
what
up
you
to
want to
Drock
do.
whether he wants to come or not.
I mean, I did want to come, but I also recognize that it could cause problems. So
I am concerned about sending both of our tanks away.
True.
I
What
would
is
not
the,
split the party at this moment.
I actually could genuinely see the queen resurrecting.
I could too.
So could I.
Yeah.
I say we bring her head and move forward as a group. I don't think splitting the party's good.
I don't either.
What was the Celia chords is like, because summer and winter represent different things. The Celia chords is between.
Yeah, so the Unseelie is the winter, and they represent agreements or like relations between two entities with nature, as opposed to like the Celia chords, which are two like someone without a nature interacting with someone who does have a nature.
Got it.
I don't think resurrection is necessarily in her wheelhouse, but it's also like she's pretty powerful. I feel like it
You
could be a
might
thing.
you might just come back a little different.
God, I hope not.
Back to the Church of the Redeemed.
So the plan is cut off the head and go down the hole.
I guess so.
Yes.
I've still got the bag from Gelthax, so
Lightly
Please don't
used.
say- Do not put me in that bag. You haven't watched that.
you don't have a say in it.
Do not put me in that bag.
I don't know. Speak with dead. Sorry, buddy.
Let's do let's do the one where we find out the two most important events in Griffle's life.
Oh yeah. Now she's a unwilling dead body.
The day I joined the cult of Leviathan.
Yep. Find out she's a double agent.
So, I know I'm gonna have to repeat part of like a good chunk of this as we come in next time. So I'm not going to go like super in depth, especially because we're at the end of session. We're a little over, and there is something else I want to talk about. But so as you go, it is easy to break apart what little remains intact about the seal on the exterior of the inner tomb. Breaking it inside, you can see there is a slightly raised dais with a platform covered in demonic runes, and standing on top of the platform is the smaller version of the creature you have seen outside, the Stygian Warden. The warden of the prison is here. In the room, there are quite a few other things. I'm going to describe it all next time. There are these runes that are carved into the floor in blue and sea green. I'm going to take away this aura because it makes it a little hard to see. But so they've got these runes that are here. To below you, there is a pedestal with a glowing, fleshy eye looking out from an orb on it. In the left-hand side of the room, there is a raised dais with a large coffin of black ice. You can see a corona of frost of supernatural cold coming from it and cracks spreading out from it. Behind it, there are 2 sea green orbs mounted on the wall, sending off rays of energy that get reflected by and passed around the runes on the floor, and then sent back to the other orb as it's channeling some sort of field of powerful protective energies. Large columns made of glacial ice hold up what remains of the top of the ceilings, and spread around the room you see rattling coffins that contain not only contain more undead and demonic seeming presences, but each one of them seems warded and contained under one of these glowing blue-green lights that is sending energy around the room and reflecting it. That did not work correctly. Reflecting around the room, not only to the other orbs, but to the coffins themselves. When this happened, so you guys are seeing all this, but Griffle is experiencing this place very differently. Griffle, when you die, you feel the kind of tug of your soul away from your body, but it feels as if it can't go anywhere. There isn't anywhere for you to leave. You look around and see that above you there is a crystalline lattice. You are inside a sphere of wards and ice. No soul that is slain here can leave. This prison is for all things physical and spiritual. Looking around, you see your allies arguing, discussing whether they should turn back or head forward, and you call out to them. They can't hear you, that the mission must be completed, that you must press on, you must go forward. How likely is it that you'll ever have this chance again? You notice that they do come to the same conclusion. They say what they think you would want and are correct, to press forward, but they don't want to just leave you here frozen in the ice. As one of them comes and cuts off a piece of you to take with, you see there is something else, a trailing energy behind one of your allies. There is no escape from this place, but there is somewhere else to go into. You see, trailing behind Filibuster, there is a skyline. There's an ocean in the background. Lights as if a city follows behind. There is something there to latch on to, should you choose. What would Griffle do in this moment? Would she follow along as a spirit, unable to interact with the others, or would she see the domain or the dements carried by Filibuster and try to interact with it?
Oh yes, you guys are gonna bring me back at some point. You guys will be fine. I'm going exploring.
We all agreed to not split the party. The second Griffle gets the chance, she splits the party.
Bringing her soul into a pocket dimension.
The very first thing that I decided about my character was, even before I had any kind of character concept, was immensely curious.
So you walk up, you see as you get closer and as you focus on the idea of Filibuster's dements, you see the kind of area behind him opening up, like someone's pulling back a curtain. And within, you see this city as seen from above. It doesn't look exactly like Hardhome, but there are certain elements that are very close. The city is laid out a little differently, but the sea is close. The port looks fairly similar, and you see little dots of lights all over. And as you get close, there is a sense of warmth and comfort of a place that is home. And as you go looking down on the city, you can hear whispers and talking, laughing, but then it changes. Cries and panic, weapons clashing, people screaming, calls for help. Down below, you see sections of the city that should be peaceful beginning to burn.
No.
That's what we'll
Climate
end
change.
Told you his church sucks.
Not carbon, guys. It's the summer quartz.
And
Mhm.
if it was not clear, it would be clear to the character that what Griffel is seeing isn't Hardhome. She's seeing Filibuster's Demence
Mhm.
and seeing it under attack.
What is a demence?
Have you not been in Filibuster's Demence?
No?
Has she?
Oh, okay. I thought you were
Have any
there.
of us?
But me. No one has but me.
We watched, or I watched
Oh.
the session.
Mhm.
I thought that at some point he had brought other people into it, but you guys had talked about it and not
We
done
had
it.
talked about using it
No.
for scrying, but we didn't do it. Or not
Yeah.
scrying, for rituals.
So there is a recording someplace if you would like to watch it of Filibuster's vignette, where he has his own little pocket domain for his religion that he is has an entrance to the vaults, and yeah, there's a whole little session like that, and
As in, like, the vaults, as in the Elendari, the banker dude.
Yes,
Yep.
I'm a patron of the bank.
Okay.
I have a card.
And this is your vault, essentially. These are the souls that you
Yeah,
have.
sorta.
Oh.
yep.
That's cool.
And so your character might be aware of it, and you can watch the vignette if you'd like. But yeah, you'd be able to see that the interior, his vault, his demence, his sanctuary for the faithful, is under attack.
Okay.
And that's
Would
where
I
we'll
not
end session.
know that?
You
That's
don't know
cool
it.
as hell.
Is this the alternate path you had mentioned earlier? Like
Yes.
an hour ago? Okay. That's what I had considered looking doing that. That's funny that you.
And yeah, we'll go next time. Now, I do want to, we'll pause the recording here for scheduling stuff.